Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? It's Montgo off in the distance there, the shadow of Montgo. How's my audio? So I recorded this yesterday out for a walk in the Gata de Gorgos river bottom. The river named after the Gorgon, one of whom was Medusa. And yeah, that's an interesting one there. You can see the... Wait, I'm going to pause that for a second. Oh, easier said than done. There we go. So this is an interesting one because it's showing the... Oops. Ah. Yeah, just jump to the next one. Where's the playlist? There it is. Yeah, so it's not so descript from the back side, or from the front side, but the back has this telltale curve in, but it's also got this line, which I believe comes when the heart is pressed up against the rib cage at the time of petrification. And I find a few of those now and again that have that line straight across the back, but you can also see that this part is broken and how it would look if it wasn't broken. Yeah, so how's everybody doing? Nice to see everybody here. Annette, Juicy Lucy, OIC, Wendy, Dime Bar. Howdy, everybody. Justina. So I just went for a walk. This is about a 15-minute video. I just thought we could walk and talk at the same time. And if anyone has any questions at all, I titled this a Biogeology Q&A. And that's what I planned it to be. But I've got a whole bunch of clips and things to look at that we can use for stimulating discussion. And just thought I'd do this as a celebration for finally hitting the 30K on YouTube. Got my yerba mate here ready to go. So if anyone has any questions, I'll be trying to keep an eye on the chat the whole time. Just post them in all caps if you have anything you're wondering about. So some of them are that shape, but they don't have very much detail. And if it was just the shape, it wouldn't have stimulated me to research it more. But when they have a lot of detail, and some of the ones I find on this walk have a lot of detail, there's a lot more to it than just a shape. Yeah, it was a beautiful day. Winter finally arrived today. Yesterday it was like 24 degrees Celsius and sunny, and today is super windy and it's just got that chilly bite to the wind. And but yesterday I was out in shorts and a t-shirt So for those who aren't familiar with what I'm showing here, there's a pattern that I've recognized in the stones that shouldn't be there based on what we're told about them. That these are just chunks of larger structures of rock that broke off and then were tumbled around in river bottoms like this one, or through abrasion and rain and all kinds of different forms of erosion. They just happened to take that shape. It's funny because while I was there live and I'm walking, I'm spotting some of them, but now that I'm watching the video, I'm seeing a whole bunch of ones that I missed. Like there's one that's broken. Oh, I do. Yeah, you can see the right side of that one is cleaved off. And they'll have, I believe that these are petrified organs, and specifically hearts. Stuck to the hearts because they're the most detailed and they're the most distinct. Things like livers and spleens and lungs, they have very non-distinct shapes and patterns. But the hearts are unique because they show a whole bunch of different features. Look at that one. It's just sitting there waiting for me. One of those features I just pointed out, that's the sulcus line. So the heart, for those who've been following the channel for a long time, they're well aware of this. The heart opens up into a band. So there was a doctor named Francisco Torrent Guasp who discovered the myocardio-ventricular band, which is basically what he did was he boiled the hearts that he would get from the butcher, and he would carefully remove the fatty outer layer. And then from that point, he could just start to pull on the fibers where the different fibers meet, which are called sulcus lines. And you get muscle fibers going one direction and muscle fibers going another. And you can separate them right at that point. And when you do that properly, the whole thing unravels into one big band. And so I didn't know that when I started making videos about these stones. But if you roll that back up, those lines meet and you can see them in the stones. And that particular stone that I was just showing, you can see it right here. Can you see my mouse, I wonder? You must be able to see that, right? Oh, you're not, you're seeing me. Yeah, so this is the line I'm talking about here. So they have this telltale curved line coming down. On the front side, it curves typically the other way, and it goes like that. And the back side will often have one going this way and another going this way. And I may show a video illustrating that later. So, someone asks, Juicy and Lucy, would it be fair to say that due to concentration that all animals were bottlenecked into this area for reason for water or to get away from heat? It's a good question. I think that probably what's happening is that these are deposited maybe by tsunami. And the reason I think that is because if you look at the stone all around this region, there's the mountains are made of limestone. These are not limestone. This is, well, they might be a form of limestone. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but they are completely different from the stones that are the mountains are comprised of. So another one of the there's the sulcus line. You can kind of see a faint hint of it. So it curves on the backside and it twists on the bottom and it tapers in on the sides. So it gets that harp shape. So you have when the heart contracts, it tapers in, and one side of the heart will be thicker and the other will be thinner, almost like a knife edge. And the reason for that is the left ventricle is a thicker part of the muscle wall, and the right ventricle is very thin. So on contraction, the right side tapers in more and it's narrower if you look at it from the side. Sometimes they're fat and clumpy. There's the aortal opening. So the main features, basically like 7 main features. You have the harp shape and the tapering in. At the top, you'll have either indentations or openings, and that's because the aorta and the vena cava are there, and they're either holes, or if the heart was under pressure, those holes will be pinched off, and so you'll get like a line, like a crease, or you'll have an indentation or a discoloration, and that's at the top, and it's usually either right at the top or slightly downhill on the backside. And yeah, so I think that these were deposited probably by tsunami. So when they were petrified, I don't know, and my theories have more to do with plasma than anything else. I'm seeing so many others that I didn't pick up, but you see that curved backside. So it's either flat on the backside or slightly concave, and then you have the tapering. You have the stuff at the top that I just mentioned. You have those lines, the curved lines coming from the top down, and then from the bottom, if you look at it, it will be twisted very often, like a propeller blade. There's your curved underside, and there's your twist, and there's a little indentation there. So it's not very descript, and it doesn't look much like a heart, but that one had several of the features. And the more of those features one of these stones have, the harder it should be to find. That one wasn't so unique. And from an odds perspective, the more detail, the more specificity, the less likely you should be able to find it. It doesn't make sense that I should be able to just walk along and there's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one. So this is clearly a reoccurring pattern that, to my knowledge, has not been described in any of the geological literature. If anyone ever finds something talking about this, I would love to know. And there you can see that indentation at the top. Yeah, what can cause petrifaction, Justina asks. Well, there's a whole lot of different things that can cause petrifaction. In fact, I will bring up a bunch of, let's see. Hold on one second. Bring up a couple slides from my presentation. Got a new computer, and everything should be running a lot smoother and faster without lag. Look at that beauty. Indentation at the top, knife edge. There's a sulcus line right exactly where it should be. And a twist at the bottom. And a crease or indentation at the top. My PowerPoint's loading right now. Somebody posted a comment on my channel today saying her father is a geologist and he was very intrigued by the channel and the videos. I tell you, these stones, I never find any holes on the bottom, which is another one. Like, there's your indentation at the top. But if you look at the bottom, there's never any holes or creases or anything down at the bottom. I'll just let this one play out, and then I'll get to a whole bunch of interesting stuff. And let's see. oh yeah, what can cause petrifaction? Let me get to that portion here. The mainstream narrative is that the object that petrifies is surrounded by mud or something similar, maybe ash, and that over time that is working its way into the flesh or the material of the by the way, I'm in case you're wondering, I'm turning around, and when I see these, I'm turning my body. It's not that they're all just sitting there pointing the right direction as I'm as I'm going through this. Sulcus line crease indentation right at the top, and that one's really fleshy looking. I probably should have brought that one back. Derp, who's not here right now, but often is, has asked me for the last couple of years to get some muriatic acid to soak these in and to just see what happens as the outer portions start to get eaten away by the acid, and just to find out if it reveals more of the anatomical features, or at least makes it look more like flesh. A lot of these are bone white, but as we'll see later, when you look at them under a microscope, even though they look totally white, you can see that the fleshiness is still there, even in these ones that look ghost white. And so, anyway, Derp isn't here, otherwise he would have said hi. I ordered a 5-liter jug of muriatic acid, so that's supposed to come in the next couple days, and I've got some rocks already picked out that I'm gonna just drop in there and see what happens to them over days of soaking. I don't know how long it will take before I start to see any differences. This one you can also see a real fleshiness to it. Indentation at the top, what a surprise. Slightly curved in on the underside, knife edge on the right side, which is the right ventricle. So, I mean, what are the odds that I can just keep finding the same pattern in these supposed random stones over and over again? Not every one that I pick up is perfect, but you can see the knife edge there again, right ventricle. Kind of clumpy. Breaking Bad in the bathtub. Oh man, I started to watch that series, and after that episode, I decided not to watch it anymore. I can't remember it must have been season 1. It was just too much gore for me. I don't like the way those images stay in my mind afterwards, so I stopped watching it. I know it was good. Everyone's like, "Oh, you gotta watch the whole thing." What is it, like 30 episodes, 9 seasons or something? How many hundreds of hours does that take? Conspiracy Music Guru, is he in here? I thought I blocked him. Shit. Hey, how's it going, Alex? Good to see you, bro. Okay, so back to that question that someone asked earlier. Which one was it? Oh, what causes petrifaction? So let me just show this real quick here. Oh, it skipped after I found that slide. It jumped. Okay. So this is my answer to that question. So this is what I started to say. The mainstream narrative is permineralization, which is that exchange of tissues and fluids, or the exchange of fluids and gas with the surrounding material. So whether it's mud or ash or a combination of the two mixed with my brain is not very quick today, I'm realizing. More yerba mate. Yeah, so those materials work their way in, and then the other stuff works its way out, the water and the gas. And that process, we're told, takes millions of years to happen. And there's so many examples of it happening very quickly, and I've gone over those in a lot of my different presentations. But so heat, freezing, high mineral waters, talked about Mother Shipton's Cave and Lake Natron. Plasma seems to be, that's my best guess as to how these petrified organs came about. Lightning is plasma, and large quantities of that could probably do some damage pretty quickly. Volcanic ash mixed with mineral water, and then there's, through plasma and through electricity and high heat, there may be transmutation of there has to be transmutation of elements, otherwise it wouldn't go from flesh to stone. So that is one aspect of it. And then let's see, where's that? There we go. And yeah, this is Lake Natron that I was describing before. Creatures fall in there and they don't come out. And so like just as a general overview, I'll show this and then you can pause it and read it at your leisure. But these are some of the different things that in the historical narrative and the mythological narrative and the religious narrative that have led to different kinds of petrifications. So supernatural, man-made, and man-made would also include different kinds of artificial petrification through different kinds of technology. Rubies can be made in a microwave in a matter of minutes, and or actually a matter of seconds. You can see this guy doing it here. These fluoresce under UV light or black light, I can't remember which. And they're the second hardest on the hardness scale after diamond. Girolamo Sagato knew how to petrify organs, so these ideas that I'm sharing are not so far-fetched. But people don't know how he did it, because the secret died with him. And that's Mother Shipton's Cave that I mentioned before. So that's just a really quick answer to what causes petrifaction. Have you been able to match these hearts with living animals today, or do you think they're all extinct? I wouldn't even begin to know how to do such a thing and how to determine what kind of creature it came from. My guess is if they're, I'm not even sure if DNA, as we're taught, exists anymore, but I doubt that it would be extractable from stone. But Mud Fossil University claims to have done it. He's got 3 different lab reports where he extracted material from stones that he found in his yard that came back with humanoid DNA. No, I don't have any blood tests, same as Mud Fossil University. Peroxide. I'm not sure how I would use the peroxide. Maybe that would also remove some of the material. Oh, that's a beautiful one. Hint of a sulcus line, the twist at the bottom. And just a reminder, if you're gonna post a question, do it in all caps. Ooh, another twist. And the knife edge on the right side, which would be our left, looking at it on the screen. I've gotten very, very picky about which ones I have brought back with me. So I've already got way too many, and at some point I hope to do some lab analysis on some of these with spectroscopy or scanning electron microscopy. It's something that is a distinct possibility now that I've met two different people at the water conference that have access to that kind of equipment. So I'll be following up on those leads. So at the end of this, let's see here. I've got, just show some photographs here. Just some beautiful sunset. I'm very fortunate to be able to work in such a beautiful place. Javia is absolutely breathtaking and really the gem of the Costa Blanca in Spain. There's Montgo from the back side. The right side is the head. You can see the shape and where the head connects to the rest of the body. There's curved cutouts, you could say, on both sides. This is the Javia port, and I think this was a few weeks ago. We had a major rain. Luckily, no damage, unlike what Valencia sustained, which was absolutely catastrophic. And you can see the water was really polluted because right over here is where the Gata de Gorgos River exits into the Mediterranean. And so it just brings all kinds of mud down with it, and after major storms we get these really dirty waters for a period of time. And that's our dog Nova. Absolute sweetheart. And this I showed already. Just checking out my new camera on my phone. Some beautiful morning glories and bougainvillea. And this is what the port looks like at night. You can see the silhouette, I think, in the background of Montgo. And this was a couple of days ago, just out for a walk. It's absolutely beautiful right now with all of the wildflowers. Some views of Montgo. Evening sun, it's when it's the best. It just glows. And this one I just took a picture of because this is a classic example of the kind of thing that people send to me all the time, where they're like, look, it's a dog's head, or it's a face, and you can see the nose and you can see the mouth, and it's just, in my opinion, pareidolia. I think, to me, everything is a heart nowadays, right? But clearly not eyes. It's just holes in the rock. I showed already as well. Where is it? Go away. There we go. This was a beautiful one. I didn't film this one, unfortunately, but it was a prime specimen. And this is fun. This is right. I laid down here and I took a little nap. And when I woke up from the nap, the first thing that I saw when I woke up and I sat up, I was sitting cross-legged, I looked around, I immediately saw 3 of these stones. And I sat there for about 15 minutes talking to some friends on Discord. And in that short amount of time, just without moving and without leaning in any direction, just what my arms could reach, sitting around, all around me as I was sitting there, I pulled out about 20 of these stones, which I brought back with me to show you, because it's very scalable, very repeatable, And just thought I'd share some of these images because they're so beautiful. Montgo from lots of different angles. And that's the old town, which is missing its original wall. It's a star fort, and that's where my family lives. Yeah, so let me show you some cool things here. How's everybody doing? Hey, Nachikita. Hi there. Let me just back up a little bit. This is a Q&A. Alex has got the popcorn out. That's good. We got some fun stuff awaiting. And yeah, please hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Thanks, Juicy and Lucy. And yeah, Nachikita's got a great channel, does some deep dives into lots of different topics, and had an interview with him that was 5 hours, all audio. I don't know how we talked that long, but when I have a captive audience, I can keep going, as many of you probably know. Yeah, so let me show you. I've been busy here with different things, and just gotta figure out OBS. Hi, everybody. And here we go. So let's see. Got a second webcam there. Good. Let me make this bigger. That's it. All right, like that. All right. So I'm just going to grab this. That's my adjusting room over there, my desk. And I mentioned that I was sitting and sitting in the river bottom, and I just started looking around me, and I found tons of these things, and all different sizes, and it's that same pattern over and over again. Sometimes they'll be a little more clumpy, and sometimes they're more shaped like a harp. This was the first one I grabbed. I'm going to put this one in the muriatic acid and see what that looks like after, because it's already kind of fleshy, as you can see. And just go through these real quick. So another thing that I didn't mention is that there'll oftentimes be this faceting, and it can be smooth, but the top will stick up, and it'll have like 1, 2, or 3 facets. The top will be flat, and then you'll have that indentation or discoloration or opening. The twist at the bottom, that one's not twisting so much, but you can see it a little bit. The knife edge on the side, thicker on the other side, and then on many of them you'll have sulcus lines, and you can actually see right there where it should be. This part and this part are separated typically by a line that curves. And again, all of these were grabbed in 15 minutes and without moving. These were all just sitting next to me when I woke up from a nap. This one I gathered before, though. I showed a little clip of this one on where was it? I think on Instagram, and it's very fleshy. If let me get it wet here. Turn away from the camera while I put it in my mouth. There we go. I'm not afraid of these things. You can see the discoloration at the top. It's got a sulcus line. This one will be interesting to put into the muriatic acid. And sometimes they're very flat, but again, there's that knife edge and a little twist. And it's very scalable. That's not focusing, is it? Indentation at the top. I wish I had brighter light in here so you could appreciate it better, but hold on, I can change the focus on this. Let's see here. There. Configure video. Camera control. Yes. There we go. Now everything will be blurry except when I'm showing. There we go. Nope, still blurry. Ah, now I can get up close. Up close and personal. I don't know, maybe some of you find this really boring. I never get tired of these things. Each one is unique. This one is cool. Check this out. Oh, now I'm too close. All right. Down a little bit with the focus. There we go. Okay. All right. Chunk out of it. Yeah, I guess I don't need to show them all, but the point is that was. Oh, now it's not focusing very well. It's amazing how many of the small ones they've got all the detail of the big ones. There's the knife edge, indentation at the top, and twist at the bottom. This one I'm going to put in the acid as well. See what happens to that one. That's pretty blood vessel-y at the top. And yeah, so I also got this thing ready to go. This is a microscope, obviously, and let me just set this up here. Hello. You should be able to hear me now, right? I bumped the USB microphone, or the cable for the microphone in the USB hub. Can you hear me now? Okay. Sorry about that. Rookie maneuver. All right. So now do this. Let's see. You don't need that one. And we can. So what I did is I brought this little pouch, which are some of my favorite small stones. I'm just going to grab some randomly and look at them under a microscope. So here's the first one. It's got that look about it. And put it there. And properties. Motion. Hey, it's not working. What the heck? This is anything but a refined art. Micro, we're gonna just remove that one. How about that? Add it. Video capture device. Okay. There we go. Got it. All right. So I need to get another app for this, but this is supposed to be 1000x. It's pretty powerful, but I don't think it's actually doing 1000x. There we go. So you can see these up close. You can really make out the curve on the bottom side and even the twist from the bottom, even on the small ones. So if I get in closer, this one's already pretty red, so it's going to look fleshy. I was doing this earlier just to make sure everything worked, and some of them you could see the hints of blood vessels through the white underneath that you couldn't see it with the naked eye, but with this microscope you could. So there you can see where the outer layer is broken up. It's looking very red and fleshy there. And the mainstream narrative is that these are conglomerate cobbles. Here's one. It's a little whiter. And bigger also, so we get out. There's a bit of a halo from the LED lights of the microscope. Let's see that indentation at the top. This one does look a bit like a conglomerate because of all these little pieces that seem to be like bound together. But that can also be if there's an outer pericardium, which is the fatty outer layer that surrounds the heart, and that has worn away in parts, then it's going to also take on that same look. So that's not it's not a proof against the theory. Little tiny one there. And that one you can see the sulcus line is very prominent. Let's get in a little closer here. And that curve, looking at it from the side now, and the back side. A little chunk out of it there. But you can see this white here, right there. That is probably what the whole outer part of this looked like at some point. And then erosion has taken place. And this one I showed, we'll look at this one under the scope as well. So that's the top, right where that crease is. And there's a very prominent sulcus line coming down right where it should be. And you can even see where the white is worn away. Look at how red it is underneath. Almost looks like a blood vessel there, going left to right. Turn it over. So you can see that there's like a reddish hue to the whole thing. This one was fairly red to begin with, but like I'll take one here. This one's bone white. That one. Still pretty white. Let's get up even closer and see what it looks like. This will get a lot closer. This is not 1000x, this magnification. So I got to work out the bugs on that, and I'll do another stream at some point showing some of these. But this one is not showing the fleshiness. But some of these ones that are totally white do. Here's one. Crease at the top. Back side, the front. Get in on that crease. You can see the white, but everywhere else is darker red. And the reddish color comes from the iron. This is actually working all right. Be nice to be able to get even closer though. Back side. And I'm just going to scan through this little bag real quick to find a couple of good ones. And you can't hear me again? Oh no, you must. Hey Walt. Good to see you. Daryl. Nice. How's it going, guys? All right, so this one is tiny, but it's beautiful, and it's like it's classic heart shape, not just harp shape, but looks like a Valentine's heart, and it's very, very fleshy. And we got that line there, and you can see right at the top, once again, that indentation is there, tapering in on the sides. Look at it. Actually, it's hard to tell. Whoa. And you can see again, white where the holes are, it's even darker underneath. So that could also be oxidization, right? If you wanted to criticize the theory and say that the reason it has that whitish color is because it's been exposed to the elements and it's lost the red, but it also lines up perfectly with the idea that that it's a pericardium we're looking at. This one is really dark, dark color. Also got, whoops, also got a crease at the top. It's not in focus. I need two hands. I'll show you what weathering looks like in a second. Look how dark it is in there. And the white is like, it's basically crystalline, right? It's in my theories about biogeology, all things that start as fat are going to petrify to varying kinds of quartz, and the color is going to be dependent on what, you know, the constitution was. Wow, look at that one. And you can see that the white has worn away, and it's not an oxidization. This is just clearly two different kinds of material, which lines up perfectly with the theory. Look at it from a distance here. Yeah. Huh. So this is one that has been weathered by, you can see the big aortal opening at the top. It's been weathered by water. So this is what happens when salt water interacts with these. And I know that because if I go down, if I go to the river bottom, which is fresh water, you know, that's run over these rocks, they don't have this pitting. Like you can see it in there. This pitting is brought about by the salt water, and a lot of the stones down by the shore have that pitting, but the ones in the river don't. So not so much to see there, but a couple more, and then we'll move on. Got lots planned tonight. All right, look at that beauty. Tiny. It's like 1.5 centimeters at most. And right at the top, blood vessel openings, or so I believe. Let's get down closer. What did I have for dinner? I haven't eaten dinner. Been preparing this. Let's see. Hey, Eugenie. Welcome. 13th monkey in the house. Gang's all here. Nice to see you guys. Let's see. Dragonfly, welcome. And any questions? What did I have for dinner? That was a question. Not much. A celestron microscope, but you can't stick a rock in it at high magnification. The focal point is so uneven, if not on a side. Yeah, so this one is really, it's tiny, but it's got all the signs, including, oops, including the sulcus line. And there's your opening for your aorta right there. Literally an opening, not just an indentation or a discoloration. Exactly where it should be. And then even from the bottom, there's that twist. Yeah, the variety of sizes is incredible. I agree. This is look at this tiny, tiny one. It's like literally like half a centimeter. And wait do you see the detail on this? This is amazing. Oh, I might be confusing this with another one. We'll see. Uh-oh, getting a little lag. What the heck? What's going on? Hello? My microscope is freezing. Strange. Hello. Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, this is just like half a centimeter. There's your backside. Look at how red that is underneath. Need 2 hands for this. I thought there'd be more light from this microscope. Let's see what happens if I hit it with a really bright light. There we go. Now that's giving it a little more. That's more like what it should look like. No, I think the pitting, someone asks if the tsunami was a tsunami freshwater and not saltwater, as there's no pitting, otherwise they'd all be pitted. I think that the pitting happens over time. So when they've been at the shore for a long time and they're rolling around in the waves and they're getting banged up against, and you've got the salt water, that's when it happens. There's a beauty. Look at the size of that one. So I think if it were, if the event happened, whatever it was, and it led to the destruction of the bodies and the petrification of the organs, then whatever that event was, it was probably very powerful and probably led to a lot of volcanic activity and earthquakes and tsunamis. And so they could deposit these stones deep up into the canyons, and that would explain why they don't match at all the local geology. They're just there. They're just sitting in river bottoms. They're buried in mud. They're on, just lying on the ground. But they are not. They're not pitted when you go up further. There's another one. Repeatable, scalable, and very often highly specific, not so much with this one. Oh, and then also predictable. I'll show you a really fun example of the predictability. This last little tiny one here. Sound. Is the sound gone again? Give me thumbs up. Did my sound go again? Can you hear me? I purchased a new USB hub. All right. Arr. Oh, the sound was okay. Okay. All right. So yeah, I purchased one of these USB hubs that can have a whole bunch of different things in it to be able to run all this stuff, and it was defective. Some of the some of the ports don't work, so I ordered another one. All right, look at this little guy. Let's finish with that one. Not so bright. It's fairly dark. This is literally millimeters across, and it's the exact same pattern, and you can see the hint, I think, of a sulcus line there. And then we'll look at it from the bottom as well. How about that? Little twist. Like half a centimeter in length, and it's still got that detail. So yeah, I can do some more of that another time. Oh wait, one last one here. This one is beautiful. Tiny little bugger. This is the first time I've done this. I tried out the microscope a couple times just to make sure it was working, but I wanted to do this with you guys. So I'm seeing these for the first time myself under a microscope. And there is the thinner of the two sides. You can see at the top there, this is the back side now, and that is the top of the back side. And look at that indentation. Actually, it's more than an indentation. Here, let's get some focus on that. Yeah, if I do this in the daytime, then I'll have the light from outside and I'll get even clearer images. Still haven't told me what I had for dinner. I told you I haven't had dinner. I was busy preparing for this stream. Good opportunity to fast a little bit. Intermittent fasting, right? Whoop, dropped one. So, yeah, a little bit of Heartstone microscopy and some live stuff in the field. I mean, how about that? That 15-minute walk I took, how many did I pick up? 20 at least in that walk, and many of them had very very specific detail. So, hi everybody. How's it going? Let's see here. All right, back to cool. All right, so I saw this and I just thought it was beautiful. Nice thing, and it says our heart responds to signals of danger in ourselves, in our community, and in the world around us. Tending to this is where true health lies. And I like this information here, that the heart has 100 times the electrical amplitude of the brain, 5,000 times the magnetic field of the brain, plays a unique role in our body, acting as a quantum sensor rather than a pump. I don't know about the quantum aspect of it, but heart guides, informs, and educates our biology. It senses, interacts, and learns. So, some good info. So I'm just going to go through some clips here. I'm going to, hold on. Play this one real quick. Let me know if you hear this. Oops, can't hear it.
We just take as true. Now, of course, the
No. Come on.
mind, a critical mind, and be open enough to challenge things. To have all types of conversations. Can you expand your mind, have an active mind, a critical mind, and be open enough to challenge things? Now, whether or not we're right, I think the important thing is that we move beyond this conditional way of thinking where whatever is told to us from so-called authorities, we just take as true. Now, of course, discernment comes into play. There are lots of crazy conspiracies. People get lost in them. But I mean, I've heard of gigantism, but when you started mentioning like mountains that potentially, according to you, are large, massive elephants, I was like, whoa, this is wild.
That's a hard one for people to swallow if they haven't seen any of the research. What is the evidence for the potential existence of titanic trees? They were looking at structures like Devil's Tower in Wyoming, this big stump-looking formation, which we're told is cooling lava. When you look at lava, it doesn't cool on hexagonal columns unless you want to believe the mainstream geological narrative, which they can't really prove with any kind of empirical evidence. You know, this is a wonderful intellectual exercise. Like, it shouldn't be such a taboo to even ponder, oh, we've known this for 500 years. I think that's the wrong approach. We should be looking at this stuff and pondering and debating and seeing if there's any merit to the arguments. And then we start to look at the actual supposed proofs for things like our globe. Actually, the empirical evidence contradicts the claim. There should be mountains of evidence that support the heliocentric model. And if you really dig into it with intellectual honesty, you'll struggle to find a shred of real evidence.
We're down to...
That's with Joel and Gerasimos of the podcast Here for the Truth, which I highly recommend. Those guys are great. They cover a lot of different topics and interview some amazing people. I was on the Interverse podcast, and the interview is up on his channel. I think part of it is behind a paywall, but he did this thumbnail for it, and I just absolutely love it, the way he combined the bottom part of the elephant with the Montco. It's a cool shot. So I just wanted the last live stream I did, I shared information about Veda Austin and her discoveries, and I met her at the water conference that was in Portugal that I did a recap on, and just want to show a couple of things from her and then make an announcement. Oops.
Using my crystallographic freezing method, I've been using written... Could water have a language of symbols? Using my crystallographic freezing method, I've been using written words as influences for over 6 years. When I see a symbol in ice repeat at least 50 times using the same written word in various languages, I say I've discovered one hydroglyph. For example, here's what I see for the word complete. Here are 64 examples, and here's what it looks like in the petri dish. Here's the ice symbol for light. Here are 64 examples, and here's what it looks like in the petri dish. This is creation. Here are 64 examples, and here's what it looks like in the petri dish. Now this video is important because it shows the water freezing into the same design outside in freezing conditions, proving it's not the freezer that makes this happen. Big thanks to my top crystallographer, John, for letting me share this. Essentially, this work is in its infancy. At the least, we can prove that water can freeze into repeated patterns. At most, well, this could be a universal language, a Rosetta Stone of kinds that enables us to commune with all life, human, plant, animal, and otherwise. Maybe even help us decipher ancient texts that have remained a mystery for so long. Could water have a language of symbols?
Pretty amazing discovery. Some of the images that she showed at the conference were phenomenal. And she has an event that is coming up on the 14th of December, and I've been invited to speak at that event, and this is just a little promo video for that.
If you're interested in water, pyramids, sacred sites, titans and petrified giants, glowing crystals, technology and coding, Atlantis, Lemuria, mysterious stones, hidden secrets of ancient Egypt, astrology, light, indigenous wisdom, Russian folklore, and the mysteries of Antarctica, well, you don't want to miss my upcoming webinar, December 14th or 15th, depending on your country. I have an amazing lineup of all-star speakers, and you'll be the first in the world to see the crystallography I've done using melted ice core water from Antarctica. To book, head to my website, vadaaustin.com. If you're interested in water, pyramids,
Yeah. vadaaustin.com. So workshops and webinars, I think under that. Yeah, it's this one here. And it's bound to be an interesting event. I'll try and make it as interesting as possible from my side. Someone asks, OIC asks, do they have any magnetic properties? I've taken magnets to some of the stones in the past, and they haven't, I don't know, maybe super slight, but nothing like where, and I have powerful neodymium magnets, which my friends tell me not to play with anymore because a couple of them got too close to each other, jumped together and exploded in my hands and lacerated my index finger. I'm lucky I didn't lose the tip of my finger because they came together with some serious force. Wasn't entirely my fault though. I was storing them very carefully on the refrigerator door, and so I would go in with both hands slowly like that to put it onto the door so that it didn't just go boom. And what I wasn't anticipating this particular day as I moved closer to the door was that the other magnet that was there, the force was so strong between them, even from this far away, that it pulled the the freezer door open, so the two got very close together very quickly, despite my best efforts to keep that from happening. And long story short, they exploded in my hands, which was not cool. So I've just got some links here to different things related to water, because so much of the water subject has my channel has touched on this in different ways when it comes to the blood flow through the heart and GWASP's work. And I made a video called Helical Hearts, Petrified Organs and Synchronicities, looking at the parallels between the works of Victor Schauberger and GWASP's discoveries, and also relating that to the Heartstone phenomenon. So water can do everything. We are water. Water is life, and where it's absent, so is life. And this is just showing that you can actually levitate with water. I've seen other experiments where they're able, just by changing the frequencies of the water, to literally rotate objects on all three axes. And it's just a fascinating topic. This is using sound harmonics, and I'm not sure what the frequencies are, but you can see it goes square briefly, and the third harmonic goes triangular, and you can imagine what the fourth harmonic does, and the fifth. And the higher the frequencies, the more detail these shapes take on. Old world Micmac, you can walk on water, can you? That's cool. I can too, but it has to be really thin and there has to be ground underneath it. Mud Fossil University is the truth channel. Okay, if you say so. I think he's got some interesting ideas about some stuff, but I think there's a lot of stuff he's just completely wrong about. I'm leaving the sound off on a bunch of these because I don't want to get any copyright strikes for music. It's just amazing the way these patterns form in water. This is an interesting video of This guy has put ferrofluid into water and then is stimulating it with
And he has to say that
with
under
sound.
every single reel because it's so unbelievable. I mean, look at these visuals. I know. It's sick. Cosmodernism is an experimental project by Camille Sapiga. You can tell he's paid a huge price in time and effort. Camille describes cosmodernism as creative microscopy and sonic experiments. He uses water, sound, crystals, bubbles, color dyes, and ferrofluid. Ferrofluid is a liquid that's attracted to magnets because it has nanoscale magnetic particles fused within it, which is also just kind of a trip on its own. On each reel that he posts, he also makes a soundscape custom designed for the visuals. So my highlight video is not doing his whole experience justice. Go binge his videos right now. His art is unreal. No CGI, just ferrofluid under a microscope. These are visuals from Cosmodernism, and he has
Pretty wild, huh? The kinds of patterns that happen from the microscopic to the macro. Sound, water, it's everything.
And when I shone a light on it, I noticed this rainbow pattern, and I wanted to see what it looked like under a microscope. Dang, this looks cool. Okay, this is one of my most favorite things to look at under a microscope. I think the craziest part about this is it's not CGI, this is real footage. The surface of a bubble, close up, magnified. You just won't see anything like this in this world. But why is it a mosaic of incredible colors? Well, bubbles are thicker in some parts than other parts, and the different thicknesses create different colors when it interacts with light. In its prime, it is beautiful to look at, but over time the bubble begins to wear down and it begins to lose its color. But that just makes the bubble all the more beautiful. Without the contrast, we can't really appreciate the beauty. This is a bubble, and when I shot
So just a reminder, this is a biogeology Q&A, so I haven't even gotten to the biogeology. I mean, water is biogeological, right? So if there are any questions, feel free to ask. Just put them in all caps so I can spot them easily. This is something I'm absolutely fascinated with. This is an algae. When agitated, it glows. Bioluminescence. I've seen dolphins surfing through waves that have this algae, and it is just off the charts. Hey Derp. Welcome. I was talking about you earlier. Were your ears burning? Got myself, I ordered some muriatic acid finally. So I'll be consulting with you for some suggestions. But it should be here in the next couple days, and I've got a bunch of different rocks that I plan on soaking in it. How long do you think I should soak it for? I mean, I'll document it as it goes, day by day, but do you think it will take days or weeks before it starts to do any real change to the stones?
This is what sound looks like. This is the physical representation of a sound wave moving through a medium. Now let me explain how this works. This is a Lissajous curve. This is how we synthesize music, and now you get these cool patterns in the sand. It's a 2D representation of a 3D phenomenon. It's how our ears actually hear the sound. Now this looks pretty complicated, but let me explain. When that wave goes through time, it's like a movie, and you get these clips, right? But if you look at it through time, it's like a ball, and that ball hits your ear, and that's how your ear processes the sound. It vibrates your ear and it processes it in your brain. So if we push this ball through a medium, like air or water or anything that sound can travel through, we can simulate what it looks like in reality. And that's what we do with a program called Touch Designer. There's a lot of talented artists out there, and we are now on the verge of visualizing everything in sound. This is what sound looks like.
So I thought this was an interesting subject, that sound waves are a form of anti-gravity. I would say like a vacuum, unlike the one that supposedly exists out there, but an actual vacuum. And the interesting thing about, I've talked about this before, chiropractic adjustments, when we pull the joint apart and it makes that popping sound, those are bubbles that are expanding and then imploding. And at that moment of implosion, they make that popping sound, and they also give off light. And so where is the gas for the bubble coming from? Well, it's diffused throughout the fluid. And as you stretch the joint out, you're creating a reverse pressure, right? So I think of that maybe as what they mean by form of anti-gravity. So this gets into the whole star in a jar thing, where they're hitting this spherical shaped glass container with fluid, and they're hitting it with sound from different angles and different frequencies, and then they're creating these resonance patterns that are pulling the gas, which is diffused, into the center of the chamber, and then that starts to expand as bubbles, and they can only reach a certain size before they collapse. And that happens thousands of times a second, and it creates this phenomenon known as star in a jar. And I'm just thinking about all these shapes, and we've got diatoms. I don't know if you've seen these before, but these are little microscopic creatures that have skeletal structures. This is literally bone. These are petrified, and I'm not sure if you can see them with the naked eye, but if you look at things like diatomaceous earth under a microscope, this is what you're going to see. And it's just the beauty and the majesty of creation when you start to really look at it it's unfathomable. I mean, look at these things. Each one completely unique and different, and was a life form. Who knows, maybe it even had consciousness while it was alive. Diatoms. This was just touching on the subject of water as well. This is an interesting theory.
Well, anyways, as I went on the search, I realized that there were more supposedly meteorite craters all over the world in different.
I'm actually not sure how long this is, but the basic idea of what he's presenting is that there's no meteors in the craters, and if you look at the structure of the craters, it looks identical to an inactive geyser. And this kind of ties into the biblical narratives of Noah's flood. And in fact, in the movie Noah that Russell Crowe stars in, there's this moment as the flood begins that the waters are coming down from above, but they're also coming from below. And the way they represent that in the movie is through these massive geysers that just shoot up into the air. And, that's the beginning of the flooding. So his theory is that a lot of these crater shapes around the world were actually once geysers, and I think it's a very interesting idea, especially if you think about, everything was bigger in the past, the giant trees, giant creatures. This is just a beautiful thing on the theme of water and what water does. Whee! It's amazing how these drones fly. I've seen them fly into buildings and, go underground. And I wonder, how the heck does the signal penetrate those walls? Normally you'd be inside of one of those structures and your cell phone wouldn't have any reception. So I wonder, how the heck are they able to fly with such incredible response times, these drones through mazes of building structures? Just something to think about. Another toroidal video.
This is a vortex. The concept of the vortex will make math, science, art, anything you can imagine far easier to understand. Vortexes are everywhere, from solids to liquids to gases to plasmas to sound. Everything is a vortex of some sort. That is how the wing of that plane creates the vortex that you see. If you follow me, you'll know this is the harmonic series. The harmonic series is how we perceive how waves fit inside waves in a harmonic fashion to create a vortex of sound. Your ears are literally processing a vortex of sound that enters your ear. When waves fit inside other waves nicely, this is called harmonics. This is how color works as well, and the really freaky thing is this is also how magnetic fields work. The secret to all of this is this guy right here. This is the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, and we see it on all scales, and it's very easy to make with just circles. The relativity of time is experienced through this spiral. It's why the second hand and the hour hand move at different rates. This is also how black holes modulate the experience of time. Black holes and matter are also linked through this spiral. When atoms resonate at a
I think Bassforge is still on the globe space model, but he's got some incredible content. I envy these guys that are so good at just packing tons and tons of info into a 1-2 minute video. They're something I've done it one time with that heart video that I did about Francisco Torrent Guasp's discoveries, but took me days to do a solid 1 minute video showing all of those different features of hearts and the myocardial band. So this is just an incredible example of sound and what it does in water. So if your vibe attracts your tribe, what kind of vibrations and frequencies are you putting out there? Something tells me that frog has got a pretty good tribe. And this is an experiment showing something similar, and you can see the flower of life pattern.
What's up, guys?
Every time we speak,
Schumann resonance.
these kinds of patterns are coming out of our mouth every time we open it.
Beautiful.
Pretty cool. And this is, I'm not going to play it, but this is Theoria Apophysis's video, I believe. I think this was done by freezing water with a powerful magnet underneath, and it's creating the toroidal flows, but it also creates this egg shape in the frozen water. If anyone knows for certain, let me know in the chat whether that's how that was done or not. But cosmic egg, and someone in the chat mentioned something interesting before. What was it? Oh no, it was a question: did cymatics make the star forts? I think it's more likely that cymatics inspired the star forts, but I doubt that they were assembling them with sound. But I suppose that's possible. Who knows what kind of technology they had back in the day. Antiquitech is a very real thing. This was a fascinating cave. This is, I've talked about the Action Adventure Twins many times. They've got incredible footage of what I believe are the insides of the root structures of the great trees. This was just a incredibly unusual place that they went, different from so many of the other things they've shown.
Dude, a hole within a hole.
I just can't believe the stuff that these guys do. I've done some spelunking myself, but they just go deeper and deeper, and then they go down these narrow crevices on their stomach, and like, what happens if you get stuck?
There's a rock cairn this way. People have gone here. Oh, I ripped my pants.
Gee, wonder why. So water erosion cannot explain this because there's no smooth edges. It's just jagged rock.
Wow. Yeah, the pattern in the wall. Whoa. This is the way of the water. It's one of them stooping giant river passage.
So if it was a river passage, why isn't there signs of water erosion on this rock?
Oh. There's a pool. Dude, yeah, I'm pretty chill now. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. We gotta keep going through it. Wow.
Someone writes that they believe the magnet was in the glass of water.
Dude, that is a crazy one.
I wonder if this is formed by melt, you know, if it, the temperatures got so high that things just started to drip through the cracks. Just fast forward to where it gets really weird in this cave.
Where did this one come from? Dude, yeah. Ripped off. Came from somewhere. Somewhere, I don't know.
They want us to think that this is all formed by dripping water. And I think it's 1 centimeter every 50 years is what they talk about.
It's
Hey
holding
Sherry,
a giant
nice
pool
to
of
see
water
you.
in it.
I know, right? There's a tide pool. Oh, that?
Yeah, there's a bigger one.
I see this stuff and I just,
wow.
I can't help but think that it's biology, petrified, but
I know, right?
massive
That's
scale.
spectacular. Oh, wow.
Yeah, these guys are totally nuts.
Wow. Dude.
This is where it really starts to get unusual.
Oh my gosh.
Look at these shapes. This looks like
It's
trabecular
the devil's
bone.
bathtub.
Wow.
That's amazing.
So green too.
What a cave.
I'll give you $50 if you cannonball off from there.
Looks like it's choking off, guys. It's a flowstone mountain.
No. Dude, you know that's at least like 10 feet deep.
Yeah, for sure.
$50 to whoever jumps in.
So there are probably ways of melting things and creating those kinds of shapes on a smaller scale with a lot of heat. But
Oh, hey. It goes, huh? Oh, snap, come in.
And this is what lava tubes look like. Oftentimes they have these channels, and then the walls are lined. You know, it looks like tree grain
Dude,
when you
that
look
one's
at the lava
black.
tubes.
Look, this one's brown. Yeah.
The more I learn about this
It's a
place,
drop.
the more it just leaves me shaking my head. That this world is so mysterious. There's such a richness of you know, all the different ways in which things manifest. We'll get into that in a minute. And this is something somebody sent, might have been Dirt that sent me this, looking at quartz seams. This is where they are getting. This
Back
is where
in
they
the
get
day.
gold from.
Amount of time down here, chipping all this out.
And this lines up with the theory, the tree theory that
You know, it goes overhead too.
that the quartz
It's just
is
one big
petrified
blob of
sap.
quartz right here.
And my theory is that the gold and silver and copper veins are
Here's some
are
ore.
forming
They appear
as
to
the
have
tree is
collected.
being petrified, and they're lining themselves up along the fractal lines of the flow of the energy.
Quartz vein keeps running all through here,
And so you,
and then it looks like,
if you want to find gold,
yeah, they ran down on it there, but that's all underwater now.
you hit these quartz seams.
I can't tell how far that kept going. You see, there's a chute right here. And it just disappears into the murk. No idea how far that went. But if down there it looks anything like it looks up here, I'm not surprised. They ran it out. Behind me, you see this old wooden infrastructure.
And there's all the
And I see
debris.
the rails The rails are headed
And all of that quartz probably has
back there.
microscopic
This is all
quantities
backfilled. Well, not
of
all
gold in
backfilled,
it,
'cause we
but
can see
it
the
might not
space.
be enough
As I
that
keep
it's
running back there, I have to crawl
worthwhile
back there.
to extract it all.
So I'll pick up back there. There, my friends, looking down at those lower workings. We were talking about it, and look, I ran back there.
There's
And then stopped.
this channel, TVR Exploring. They go into loads of these old abandoned mines and explore them, and you see all this ancient rusting material and the old tracks going through these man-made caves as they've extracted all of this material. It makes you wonder where all the gold went. Is it just being hoarded? Is it in underground bunkers, or is it shipped to outer realms? It's all very mysterious. And now we're getting into more tree stuff. So let's see. Check in with the chat here. Anybody? If there are any questions at all, put them in all caps, and I'll do my best to answer.
Just amazing proof just keeps building about not only the existence of lost ancient high technology civilizations, but that this global civilization extended across the globe. And I don't just mean the northern hemisphere, I mean...
So he's right about what he just said, but he's being facetious, and this whole stream that he's done is sarcasm, because he's talking about how all of this is clearly building and all of the nuance of their different styles of architecture, and I don't think he's right about that at all. I think what we're looking at here is the remains of biology.
The ancient Atlantean superstructure. Now, you can see these blocks down there. That's obviously the wall, because humans just can't make these like this. Even with today's technology to create these straight lines in stone, it's just impossible. Look at this amazing.
Look at that. If that's not biological, what is it? The whole melted building thing. I've criticized that theory a lot in past years, but I've seen some pretty good evidence that buildings do melt. But I think that the theory is way overapplied, and this is nothing about this says man-made structure to me.
It's just impossible that this could be created by anything but a super advanced ancient civilization.
Yeah, he's just trolling. But
to believe this, but
some of these, his footage is amazing.
To create ourselves, and it is just stunning.
This has a cellular
global civilization
quality to it.
Down here to Australia, this is, well, what can you say? It's simply amazing evidence. You can't make this up. I couldn't be.
Look at this section here.
But we come up here and look at that. Cart ruts.
Cart ruts, he's saying, which is just
Symbolism.
absolutely absurd.
Look at the beautiful artistry. The high lost art.
Look at the swirls.
Lost art of how they.
Now that could be some kind of melt that's causing that.
Just absolutely stunning.
But I think it's far more likely that what we're looking at here is the remains of a former tree, cedar most likely, because it has that same color.
Disprove this. Eye of Horus, obviously. Just
Eye of Horus, obviously.
Look at the stunning beauty.
Like I said, he's trolling.
Obviously, evidence for the cataclysm, the solar burst.
This looks melted.
As with other sites,
but this looks like something that grew to me.
And so,
I could be wrong.
And of course, the ironstone lays in between because they, long copper chisels.
Right.
And so, just so excited to report this never discovered, never revealed site, or our modern civilization, our modern technology, just couldn't recreate it, couldn't explain it. How did they live this entire cliff?
How does that
Here on Tiller
form
Beach from obviously
based on
something
mainstream
Gobbledy.
geological narratives of sedimentary layers of dead plant and animal life layering down and compressing? How do you get this kind of pattern from something like that? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I saw that and I thought, wow, what a perfect example of biogeology. This is another channel, the Desert Drifter, and he gets out to some really amazing places, out in literally in the middle of nowhere, and I think he finds them on Google Earth, and then uses the GPS locations to get to them, and let's see. Oh, thanks, Mixer Man. Appreciate it. It's nice to get a little bit of assistance. This stuff does cost money. So these are hoodoos.
Now it's rock.
Which a lot of people think are former mushroom.
What's going on
I think
here?
it's more likely that this is also tree that's eroded.
Then you
there's-
walk around.
A lot of people would see something like this and they'll be like, look, there's an eye and this is a mouth. And I think it's just clearly pareidolia when you look at it in relationship to the other structures.
It's like a gigantic flower.
Flower, mushroom.
Look what's holding this thing up. You got, I know scale's hard in the camera, but 4 fingers width. And there's a little more over here. But I mean, that's a big old chunk of sandstone.
Yeah, Daryl says he sees both melted brick structures and biogeology, and I have to agree. I think I have some examples that I'll show in a little bit of things that do appear to be melted building.
Petrified wood.
The problem I
Let's go take
had
a look
was
at that.
if they're melted,
Yeah, that's
why
definitely what
isn't
it
there...
is. It's kind of crazy. I mean,
Look at this. This is all chunks of petrified wood. This is just a little tiny piece.
look at it. Looks like a sawmill out here. All these little pieces on the ground.
It's fractal.
Listen to the sound
As
of it.
above, so below. Yeah, a lot of this stuff. I saw this when I was in South Dakota with Mike, Hangman 1128. That I saw many pieces that I had to reach down and touch because I couldn't tell if I was looking at fresh wood or petrified. And a lot of times it was stone when I was unsure.
You can kind of make out.
Yeah, he's talking about the growth rings that you can still make out. And then he gets back into this area, which is really
watching my
fascinating. Oops. Don't want to get any copyright strikes for sound. And this is another example of what I think a lot of people would be like, it's clearly a dragon. And you need to look at it from a bunch of different angles and have a whole lot of other things to go on, but I think that's just pareidolia. It does look like a head, but it's part of that larger structure. Like this is a different material entirely. Someone asks how Hangman is doing. I haven't talked to him in a while. I've been meaning to reach out and see how he's doing. And hej Lele, tjenare, välkommen, hur är läget? He asks, could it be mud and extreme frequencies from the earth that form certain structures? I think when cataclysm happens, I think it can happen on a scale that is hard for us to even imagine. So I would say the answer to that question is yes. such incredible diversity. Wild. So this is, to me, just multiple layers, and some are harder than others, and so the harder portions remain, and then the portions that they're sitting on are softer, and that's all eroded. Saw a lot of examples of this at Garden of the Gods when I was with Mike. Oops, music again. Anyway, it's a cool channel, very artistic in the way he does things, and gets out really in incredibly remote places that boggle the mind. I saw that, it made me laugh. I want someone to look at me the way this hippie chick looks at her avocado. So, let's see. How long does petrified wood take to form? Well, this is that article that I was just going to show. Let's see, I've clicked on a bunch of these. Yeah, about 225 million years ago. And yet, these guys have made it in a laboratory in a matter of a day or two. So which is more likely, a day or two? Some massive event that involved a tremendous amount of heat and some acid and silica, which is very prevalent in our realm. Yeah, so it can happen very quickly, and when they sorry, I got distracted. Dearth in the house. Hey dude, welcome. Cheers. If they taught reality in schools, kids would be interested. Exactly. I was so bored by the subjects of geology and archaeology. Nothing was more boring to me in school. Looking at these people with their brushes, brushing away at fossils and bones and trying to expose them carefully. I was just like, okay, that's a job for somebody else. But I had no idea how incredibly rich the geological kingdom is, and it's been so fascinating over the last 5 years to learn about all of these different places and subjects, and how it potentially ties into the subject of biogeology. The hearts aren't bricks. No, that's true. Yeah, maybe a lot was fungus growing on the giant trees. That's another thing. Going back to the presentation that I pulled up before. Let me show this again. So, where's that slide? Infinite. Here we go. So there's literally an infinite variety of outcomes when it comes to this topic of petrification. I talked about some of the different ways it could happen, but depending on your starting material, how much it's been eroded by things like acid or base materials, what it's surrounded by, how much decay it's undergone, and whether it's been infiltrated by fungus, slime, bacteria, and how it's been petrified. Each one of those different factors is going to yield a completely different outcome, or maybe not completely different, but different enough that they're going to give it a different name. And when you look at the geological kingdom, let's see, minerals. Just go to Wikipedia and let's see, before they had got all these examples. They've got all these Latin names, and the Latin names are basically just descriptions of different things that can be observed visually or with microscopy or different tests that they use. But I found a site before that had literally thousands and thousands of completely different examples, all these different ways in which things can manifest. And I think a lot of these crystals and metals that take on the geometrical shapes, those grow, and you can actually do different experiments showing that they grow. I have a little video clip I'll show in a moment of something that looks like that. And it's just never ending. And when I've seen clips of people at different events, you know, where they're getting together to talk geology, and the more of those Latin terms you know, the more of an expert you appear to be. I've talked a lot about different kinds of stones that are made by the bodies, our bodies, other bodies, and this is a new one that I didn't know about. This is called conjunctival concretions, and that's this white section here. So eyes are capable of growing stones. Certain eyes in the animal kingdom have stones in them. We grow stones in our bodies in the form of gallstones and kidney stones, and very large stones can be grown in animals like horses and cows that are bigger than us, and those stones can reach the size of baseballs. They're called bezoars. And when you do cross sections of all of the stones, they have these concentric rings and crystallization on the inside, which looks identical to geodes. And then I've talked about this in a number of live streams as well, where bone can opalize. So fossilized bone can have this beautiful glow that the opals, you know, give off. And so I think this is really an infiltration of silica into the original material. And then when they go to look for opals, they're kind of like the gold. They're finding the gold in quartz seams. They go looking for opal in certain areas, and they find seams of opal, and they break up the whole area around it, and they try and get these opals as intact as possible. And when you look at the surrounding material around the opal, it also looks like wood. And in fact, one of the videos that I showed in a previous live stream was of a guy breaking this up, and then he looks down on the ground, and there's all these little chunks of opal, and then around it there's stuff that looks like wood, and he picks one up and goes, wow, that looks like petrified wood. And I think that's because it is petrified wood. We're going to get to the sculptures in a moment. This, I just pulled this up. It's moissanite, and it looks identical to a stone that Hangman bought when I was. We went to Garden of the Gods. We went to. It was this mesa where they have the cliff dwellings, and they had a lot of beautiful examples of different kinds of crystals that were for sale in the gift shop, and a bunch of them had this glowing look, which is done by electroplating. So electricity, and they're plating it. So I don't know what the material is that they're mixing with the original material to electroplate it, but I think this is raw moissanite. So it looks like this in nature, but they found ways of recreating this look using electricity. This is one of the examples that I was talking about before that I wanted to show of. To me, this definitely looks like melt. And I started to say before, one of the reasons I was criticizing the whole meltology thing was because there was no sign of melt. Because when you have melt, you get vitrification. Vitrification, another way of saying that would be glassification. And so just like we melt down sand to create glass, anything that's stone, when it's melted, is gonna, and you'll see examples of this in a little bit. I'm glitching out. can see my slit pupils and fake nose. I'm a Nephilim. What am I? Controlled opposition shill. You caught me. Are my eye is the hologram not working properly? My eyes are showing their true nature. Yeah, let me see. So if anyone has any questions or wants me to talk about something, just put it in all caps. Mike, hi, I came across this channel, The Blue by Marcia Ramelho. If you have time to give an eye to her videos, Fortress Video speaks about this topic. Okay, I will copy that, put it in my notes. This is the reason I'm doing this live stream is not just because I haven't done one in a while, but to celebrate 30,000 subscribers on YouTube. The last 2,000 have been a very long time coming, despite putting out loads of videos, but something tells me that might have something to do with algorithms. So the reason I brought that up is that a lot of the stuff that I've come across that I've shared with all of you has been mentioned by other people in chats and comments, and so this has been an open source investigation. I'm learning as much as all of you are, trying to figure out what the heck the truth is about this place that we live in. And yeah, that wood was petrified April 225 million years ago. In fact, they've narrowed down the date even more specifically. It was April 1st, 225 million years ago. Bought some tree sap, but when I went to use it, it became quartz. Sure it did. Sounds like a tall tale to me. But that's one of my theories also. Actually, I got it from Hangman, that the sap petrifies to quartz. They tell us that amber is petrified sap, but amber is only a 2.5 on the hardness scale. Diamond is a 10. And amber is soft enough that you can dent it with your fingernail. So that doesn't sound very petrified to me. I think it's far more likely that it's just hardened, oxidized, and it's different. When it petrifies, then it becomes quartz. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And Jesus said, "Whoever has come to understand the world has found only a corpse. And whoever has found a corpse is superior to the world." Yeah, it does seem like we're walking on the remains of the beings that came before. I mean, the mainstream geological narrative says the same thing, but they give us these comic book timelines. Billions of years. And let's see. Yeah, fake opal can be, yeah, so you can make rubies, you can make opals, you can make diamonds. I've shown there's a video about opals and geodes, a live stream that I did where I showed some video clips of guys making opals in different ways. And all right, caught up with the chat. Hey Nora. So many things stolen from us, like the past. So where did the people that made America go, and why does the Mutter Museum exist? I've never heard of that, Dirk. Is it a record for the failed versions of us before they got it right? Ooh, sounds gruesome. Anyway, so I think this is a good example of what could have been a petrified building. It's possible they carved in, but why would they carve rectangular holes? And it makes more sense to me that this is a flow. In my last live stream, I showed a clip of a section somewhere near San Francisco or in San Francisco, and they're pulling away this stuff, and they've got actual stamped bricks when they remove this kind of stuff from the outside. So I think maybe it did vitrify, but it happened so long ago that glassification, the vitrification, that's all worn away now, because you definitely don't see it. And that was my original reason for criticizing the theory. This is something I was looking at the other day. These are mysterious growing stones. I don't know if anyone's done any time-lapse photography to show that they actually do grow. This looks like a conglomerate, so I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Moving right along. This is another thing that Derp turned me on to, Wonderstone. I hadn't heard of this. To me, this is very clearly the remains of tree. Looks like tree to me. And then that would, of course, apply to the polished version, which we tend to call agate. And it's obviously growth rings, in my opinion. Wonderstone. It's very beautiful. Wouldn't mind some of that. And yeah. So shall we keep going here? Let's see. What did I have? Got another. Got all kinds of stuff to share with you guys today. So a lot of people ask me about marble sculptures. Like this one is a supreme example of something that, to me, there's no way that this could have been carved by hand. I've seen this sculpture with my own eyes, and you can see the twine. Maybe I can zoom in here. Yeah, you can see the twisting lines as if this was once rope. And some people believe that these sculptures were really human, and that they were petrified with some sort of a technology. There's a lot of different examples of how this could come about, in my opinion. And I'm going to show some interesting ones here in a moment. But this, the kind of detail that we can find. Oh, that's cool. Psychedelic marble sculptures. I've talked about the Gypsoteca in Italy that I saw before. It's in the Veneto region, where they have chalk versions of these famous sculptures that were the original prototypes that were used for the sculptures. And then they this one, I think I've seen that one as well. It's so trippy because it's like you can almost make out like a structure under. It's like they really draped a cloth and then somehow turned that to marble. But this is something done by somebody recently. I think she did this with a hammer and chisel. So to say that it's impossible and it couldn't be done by human hands, I think is a mistake. I think that we're capable of a lot more than we realize, and we're capable of a lot more in the past than we realize. Yeah, so let's see. We've got... I have a whole slew of... Here's some more video clips here. Let's see what I went into next. I think we'll come back to the sculpture thing. Let's see. Oh, that's here. All right. So this is cool. Check this technology out. Oh, I'm going to solve the buffering problem. I forgot to plug in the Ethernet cable. Hold on. That should make a difference. And speed anyway. Forgot to go hard line. Have I gone into how petrifaction may happen by freezing? No, I haven't, and I don't know exactly how that would happen. I don't understand why cold would cause a petrification. It's a theory that I've heard from others. So if someone wants to throw out some ideas about how that could happen, I'm open to them. Yeah, so I've talked about this in the past. Oh, look at the swirls in the background. So this is just steampunk technology. These are diamond rope saws. And it's just an example of how a simple technology can give you these perfectly straight lines, and you can create a shape that you don't have to carve or have special tools for. And all you need is a diamond embedded rope with a pulley system and a motor, and the motor could even be human powered. Just need to get somebody on a bicycle.
Classical architecture. These robot sculptures.
Check this out. So what did they have in the past? I mean, if there's anything this community has uncovered in the last years, it's that there was a ton of very sophisticated and effective technology in the past that created the magnificent buildings that remain. And then we have all of these facades that are just littered with sculpture. And you're going to see some examples of that's complex. That requires a computerized system that's guiding the drill and everything. But there's some very simple technologies that do a lot more than you would expect, and you're going to see those in a moment. So, I mean, this is just some incredible detail coming from this robotic arm, and it's a diamond-tipped drill. It's just like zzz, making those amazing sculptures. Did they have that in the past? I'll show that in a minute. And we'll show that in a minute. Here we go. This is what I was talking about before. One of the things I've heard I probably heard it 1,000 times in the last 5, 7, 8 years. Oh, the rocks were so, they made these stones so perfect that you couldn't possibly fit a piece of paper between them. Well, maybe it's because they did something like this, and those cracks aren't real. Maybe that's what the moon is. I'm turning green. How do you explain that? You regurgitate the same... Oh, I thought you were joking before. You're regurgitating the same truths we're already hip to and won't talk about the important stuff like the non-human elites that control everything. I'm a gatekeeper. And you keep company with people like Dearth who are out in place to make Flat Earth look stupid. I would say he does anything but that. He's not attached to a particular map. He's not pretending to be the arbiter of truth, and I've heard him admit many, many times that he doesn't know the answer to some things. So anyway, you're not pleasant, and goodbye. That really makes me shill now because I blocked him, right? I'll bet if I scrolled through all the comments you made, there were no positive ones. Yeah, so let's move on. Glitching out couldn't have had anything to do with the bandwidth, could it? So here's another example of just like super simple. This is just pipes. Look at the incredible detail made with very simple tools. Boom. I always wondered how they could possibly have carved these perfect lines and stuff. Simpler than you think. So if it's geopolymer and it sets, just like concrete sets, then it's going to be hard, but it probably didn't start that way. If they figured out how to petrify, all they would need to do is something like carve wood and change it over to stone, and boom, new magic unlocked. Indeed. So we're going to get to those in a moment. And here's another example of a very simple technology. Look at this. They've got a pipe. This is like how we start fire, you know, in the Boy Scouts. Not we, I was never a Boy Scout. But there's a lot of people wondering how they carve these perfect holes in incredibly hard stone, and there's your answer. Really simple. Now that said, there's some areas where they have star-shaped holes, and you can't do that with spinning. I suppose they could have a star shape and just do vibration, going back and forth, and would probably do the same thing. So might not be as mysterious as it seems. Yeah, so they're using sand also. Simple tricks. Non-human elite. Apparently I'm one. And look at the perfection of these slabs. You know, the lines. He's just got a straight edge and he's just pulling them out of there. Put it in a kiln and I guess you've got brick. Another example of a simple technology. And we're going to get to that in a second. So this is, to me, I've mentioned this in the past, but I was in a museum in Athens, and they had examples of vases that were made of diorite. And these have a very wide mouth, these examples here. So you could get tools inside of those. But there were diorite vases that had narrow necks and thin lips that were coming out. And diorite is, I think, the second hardest after diamond. It's like a 9 on the hardness scale. And so some people are thinking that they must have had some magical technology to be able to make these things, because they wouldn't be able to turn them on a lathe like you just saw with the ones that have the narrow necks. So if that's the case, then how did they do it? And how did they carve out the insides? Well, it makes a lot more sense that it's geopolymer, and they threw it on a pottery wheel just like we do with pottery nowadays, and then they set it. And there are all kinds of recipes, as you'll see in another video, it might be the next one here, that they've used to create different things. So let's listen to this guy. He'll explain it better.
You know the secret behind Roman concrete and how it's been able to survive for so long? Researchers here have discovered that it's a process known as hot mixing when making Roman concrete that allows the concrete to self-heal itself under damage and weathering. Roman concrete is made of volcanic ash, sand, water, and this aggregate here. However, when looking at the samples under a microscope, scientists noticed that there were also really large chunks of lime, which in this picture you can see here, here, and here, versus the regular aggregate in dark gray here. So scientists were now theorizing that the Romans were adding in something known as quicklime into the mix. The addition of this quicklime is called hot mixing because when quicklime mixes with the water and the other ingredients, it releases a lot of heat. Now because these chunks of lime are so large, when cracks form within the concrete, they're usually going to go from chunk of lime to chunk of lime, splitting the lime. And what happens when these large chunks of lime are split is it allows the water to rush through and become rich in calcium. Now all the cracks within the concrete are being filled with this calcium-rich water, which is going to slowly harden over time and heal the cracks. The researchers tested if this was the case by making their own modern formulation of this Roman recipe, cracking it down the middle. Then they started pumping a bunch of water through the crack and measuring the output flow. And they found that the recipe with these extra lime clasts added in, after about 20 days or so, the flow almost completely stopped. Then, this is my favorite image. When they zoomed into the crack, they could see it filled with this calcium precipitate here, essentially filling all the cracks and healing the concrete, which allows all these ancient structures to get even stronger with weathering and damage. We finally know the secret behind Roman concrete and how it's been able to survive.
Pretty wild that they're making concrete that gets stronger with time and heals itself. Who'd have thought? So if they could do that with concrete, what kind of recipes do they have for all kinds of other sorts of stone? And if you have naturally occurring marble or granite and you pulverize it, and then you take that powder and you mix it with other things that set it again, you could pour into molds. And I think a lot of the megalithic architecture was geopolymer, and that they weren't actually quarrying. Now this is an example of quarries. To me, this is another beautiful data point. It's not a proof that the great trees existed, but the footage from the quarries around the world has a very biological look to it, hence the term biogeology. Yeah, Juicy and Lucy says it's easier to carve wood than stone. I've got some examples I'm going to show now of that as well. That I think that they were oftentimes carving from wood, and then they had ways of setting it to stone. I'm going to do a little stream on this at some point. Wonder how much that weighed. Pretty cool the way they do it. Look at this one. Wow! Look at that greenish color, or turquoise. And this is, what we get our marble tabletops and different things from. They quarry it, and there's so many cool techniques that they use. Is that the same one? Yeah, it's the same video. Check this out. Look at that. It has a very tree-like grain. I've shown some images of the marble caves in Patagonia with all of the swirling lines and the concentric rings. And I think that tree can petrify. I think it can become salt. The salt mines seem to be showing the exact same form. And it probably just depends on the conditions and maybe what the original tree was that got hit. Not sure what this is here. Oh, just showing different rocky structures and how they break down.
Except that it was composed of limestone. No one knew where it came from. Only 3 photographs existed on the internet that proved it wasn't a myth. And I might not have even believed they were real had I not been hunting down similar phenomena across the American West for the past several months. Whoa.
Nora
Of course,
asks,
I became obsessed and developed a strategy.
Nora asks, so powdered diorite to make a geopolymer. Yeah, I think they could make any kind of stone they wanted. I've mentioned a 2-part video series by a channel called Observation Deck, which I noticed the other day has been taken down from YouTube, and it had like 80 to 100,000 subscribers, so must have been telling too much truth. That seems to be the recipe for getting yanked. But his channel is still available on BitChute. I found it there, the Observation Deck, and there's a 2-part series on geopolymers. He's got articles from old texts where they're not only talking geopolymer, but they're giving the recipes. They could make granite, they could make marble, whatever they wanted. Here's another one of these marble videos. Is that the same? Oh, yeah. So here this is what they do with it, right? They take it and they slice it down, and these are the tools they're using. Those might be diamond ropes. I couldn't tell if that was a saw. I think it was a rope. And this is cool. That's a balloon. That's how they get it to pull away. They expand it with air, and then it pushes it. It's amazing, all the techniques that they have. Look at this saw blade. There she goes. Boom. Must bum them out when they fall and break. Do everything they can. So this gets back to what I was talking about before. This is an example. I showed this in my last live stream. This is so cool. This guy's just walking in the forest.
Someone really took an uprooted oak tree in Riverview Park. And just decided to carve away.
Was that carved by hand, or was there some sort of machine?
Someone must be an artist.
Those lines are...
Someone must be, huh? Give them a job. It's in the middle of the woods.
So use the trees to make the giant columns, and then somehow set
Someone
it to
really
stone.
took an uprooted oak tree in Riverview Park.
To me, it was just a theory that they could do something like that, but
And just
this is
decided to
some pretty compelling
carve
evidence
away.
that they were able to do that. So I'll go through some of these, just looking at the amazing geodes that exist. Look at the size of this one. I think this might be called Euperlite, if I remember correctly. Looks a lot like amber. And some of these fluoresce under certain lighting conditions. I'm not sure if that's a special kind of light or if it's just a regular flashlight he's shining on it. Shown this multiple times, the way the electricity creates this fractal pattern. I'm not sure why they're putting the water down, if that's keeping it from, if that makes it do a clean fractal burn, or if the water is actually necessary for this to happen. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. This is just becoming all pervasive, clearly AI, but look how real it is. I mean, we're already at the we're already at the singularity when it comes to AI and its influence on our lives. I've noticed that on a lot of these channels, there's almost no discernment in the comment threads. You get maybe 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20 people are like, hey, isn't this AI we're looking at? And it's kind of worrying that so few realize that something like this isn't real. This was cool. You ever wonder how they make perfect spheres out of stone? Well, this is how they do it. So if you want me to spot any questions, put them in all caps. Hey, Mr. C, welcome. The moon looks like electric arc craters to me. Yeah, isn't it interesting that there are no ellipses on the moon? That's the final stage. Look at that. Isn't that brilliant? Just 3 spinning circular grinders, and it comes out looking perfectly polished and spherical. This is just an example of a decellularized heart. They can grow organs. The red blood cells have not been introduced to this yet. I've shown video where they actually have the blood vessels are clamped off, and they open the clamps and the blood rushes in, and within literally 2, 3, 4 seconds it turns to the color that we're used to seeing hearts as. I think this may be why a lot of these heart stones are white, because whatever petrified them also was an electromagnetic phenomenon and probably removed the iron. It's my theory, I'm sticking to it. Here's an example of a transformer that someone found, petrified in stone. And they're talking about 20,000 years old. Something tells me it's a lot younger than that. There's a petrified foot inside of a boot. I've shown petrified spark plug. The spark plug isn't petrified, but it's embedded in stone. So many anomalous examples. I was talking about vitrification before.
Little rock, I want to see if I can melt it or split it.
I focus the light on the surface, and here's a time lapse of the sun melting the surface of the rock. The intense heat results in a pool of lava. These hellish conditions cause the rock to both fracture and melt. After it cools, there's this awesome strip of obsidian.
Hey guys, I'm going to take this giant lens onto this little rock. I want to see if I can melt it or split it.
Somebody wrote Petra could have been tree, then it would have been way easier to do. Yeah, I think a lot of these mesa dwellings and places like Petra, and a lot of the sandstone stuff that was shown by a channel whose name I won't mention in the UK, is clearly the remains of tree, and they probably carved into it when it was soft. I found examples where if you rub the sandstone, you can literally remove the grain because it's become so porous, and it's on its way to breaking down to sand, and then we use that to make glass by melting it. But there are carvings where they had maybe pipes or electrical was running, and so it's like this, and then it goes in and over and back and off to the side. And so that groove, if that was carved out, it should have removed all of that grain, but all of the detail of the grain is still there. So I think that's because it was carved when it was still wood. Anybody seen any more footage of this? I don't know if this is faked, but that sure as heck looks like a giant alligator. It would be interesting to see some boots on the ground footage of that up close. And if it's not alligator, what the heck is it, and how did it form like that? I don't remember what this one is. Oh, just more examples of the kinds of things that can be done with 3D printing. Fan blades, I never would have thought that they could, or like a propeller to a plane. I don't know if I feel safe with the propeller made from 3D printing. Showing these things. This is crystals in their native place. Oftentimes, you know, these are growing and they're using the material around them as the fuel for their growth. And I'll bet you if you backed away and you looked at this location, you could find some examples of why it's very likely the remains of tree. Just an example of pareidolia, the different kinds of faces that we see in things. We have this ability to, you know, recognize forms. So when we're looking at stuff on Google Earth from above, you got to remember that if I took these forms and I turned them upside down, I might see an entirely different pattern. Hey, Willie. Oh, this is sliced, and this is obviously the same bit of wood. Is that the last one?
Take this and make art on the bottom of it. That's why they call it the artist conch, Gammaderma applanatum. All of the mushrooms that grow on trees have medicinal components to it, like beta-glucans, polysaccharides. These rebuild your non-local immune system. So your immune system's not in your neck, it's not in your liver, it's not in your intestines. It runs throughout your entire system. This will rebuild, as well as all the other tree mushrooms, it'll rebuild the white blood cell structure and give them the tools to actually fight. But some mushrooms are better than others and they're more absorbable. This is a great one. People can brew it in tea. These pores will actually open up and absorb vitamin D2, and this is how our ancestors in the northern regions would get vitamin D. They wouldn't call it vitamin D back then. That's not at all what they would say, but they would say like the sunlight energy, especially in the winter where you can't get enough vitamin D. So this is how you absorb it. So if you harvest mushrooms in the woods, you always want to sun dry it. And mushrooms are one of the best vehicles for actually absorbing sunlight and getting vitamin D2. The precursor.
So the reason I showed this, it's not the best example, but these mushrooms, if you take a cross section of them and you look at the grain, it looks identical to certain kinds of agate. So I think that anything can petrify, and does. And depending on what we start with, determines what we get. And when it comes to the slower process of permineralization, some people might wonder, where does the mud for the mud flood come from? And according to, I think, Wikipedia, there's something like over 1 million underwater volcanoes, and I don't know how many of these it would take to flood the realm with mud, but mud volcanoes are a real thing. This is
you and me, just us and your friend Steve.
So she's just showing that all of these different, this is made from quartz. All of these different things are part of the quartz family, even though they look completely different. So that makes sense from a biogeological perspective when you think of all the different species of tree and plant and whatnot, and you know, the different ways that they would petrify. Notice all the hexagonal straight lines there? Oh yeah, there aren't any. So how does that form hexagonal basalt columns? They tell us that cools rapidly, and then the expansion of this is what gives us all those wonderful symmetrical straight lines. And I think it's BS. Just looking at different geodes. Makes a lot more sense when you think of this as something that started biologically. And if we think about all of the different kinds of fruit and all the different kinds of seeds and all the different kinds of mushrooms and then all of the stones that bodies produce, I've mentioned the human body can produce, well, it has over 600 different lymph nodes. Lymph nodes are just mini organs cleaning out our toxins. So think of kidneys, think of spleens, and 600 lymph nodes. How many stones could one body produce in the right circumstances? Just reading some of the comments here. Water is a conductor of electricity, so maybe that's why they're wetting it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, some of the stuff I've seen on Google Earth looks like we're living on a giant circuit board. I've talked about the grid in the past, and boy does it, that is it's a pretty interesting thing. Where's Google Earth? Hold on. Pull that up. Yeah, the whole of the United States is covered in a 1 mile square grid, and the grid extends beyond, well, it goes through, check this out. It's easier to show than to tell. Can zoom in anywhere in the US. Pick a state. We'll go to Kansas. All of these are fields, and they're all different shapes. And some are round and some are rectangular. But even the rectangular ones, when you look closer, it's all a grid. 1 mile square grids. Let's see. Pull out the measuring stick. This kind of thing makes me wonder if we're in the Matrix. Hey, it's supposed to. Yeah, look at that. Exactly a mile. 1 mile square, but it's divided up in an infinite variety of ways. But those square miles, whoops, if we go over here, you can see they continue. And if you follow these lines, let's see if I can do it. It's too big. Anyway, I've done this before where you draw a line and you follow these lines, and it'll hit mountains. I mean, look at how perfectly straight those lines are. And they just go on and on and on and on, and they'll hit a mountain, and then it'll go and it'll, well, you can see it right here actually. Got like a river path here. Oops. And you can see these lines continue through the mountain and come out the other side. So this had, how is this done on such a vast scale? Everything you see here is all 1 mile squares across the whole nation. And this kind of thing is in other places, not just the US. Pretty wild. I don't know. Simulation or what? What the heck is going on? Yeah, I don't know. I've shown this before too. Let's see. We'll go out, zoom out here. This is an example of what I consider to be manufactured scarcity. If you look at Africa, that massive continent, and go to, there's a big delta. Where is it? Here it is, right here. think it was, or maybe not. Where is it? I think it's here. When you get in here, yeah, see these lines? There's a researcher who's done examination of this, and this is all former defunct irrigation, and it's all related to this massive delta. So this was distributing water through this gigantic region, and this researcher mapped it out and determined that based on a per acre amount of food that people could grow, that this one little region was capable of feeding 10 billion people. And then Mike, 13th Monkey, who was in the chat earlier, I don't see anything from him now, he went in and started looking in more detail and realized that it was a much broader area than this guy who did the research realized, and that this one little section of Africa right here was capable of feeding 20 billion people. Look at how small it is compared to the rest of Africa. So that's why I think it's all manufactured scarcity. They talk about the world being overpopulated. I think it's a load of bull. There's probably 10 times as many people in the past living here as we have now, but things were being done in a far more efficient fashion. Someone has a whole mountain of Wonderstone. Deja Blue Guitar, a whole mountain in his backyard of Wonderstone. It's always reminded you of meat like bacon. Oh, well, that's perfect video playing right now for that narrative. That sure looks like a cross section of a stomach lining, doesn't it? How the heck does something like that form? Look at that. Does that look like meat or what? All the carnivores' mouths are salivating probably. What is this one? Yeah, quartz crystal with the piezoelectric effect. Rub them together and they give off flashes of light. We use the piezoelectric effect for timekeeping, for all of our electronics. We wouldn't be having this communication right now if it wasn't for that effect, because it's all throughout all of our electronics. Here's another example of something that I believe is AI.
It just popped up, baby cakes.
So I went to Sardicola, I did some searches on the internet, I could not find a single picture of this thing. And they're claiming that it was formed after, or it was revealed after a landslide. So I think...
just goes to show you, we don't really know the truth of our history. Shabadoo!
He's right about...
In Nepal, there was a landslide, and under it was this. It just popped up, baby cakes.
Yeah, so he's right about history, but I'm not sure that he's right about that. So, let's see. Yeah, the question is, why are they all dogs in the wood? Yeah, it's definitely something that you see a lot in the wood grain, in the pareidolia. Hi, Sherry. Thank you. Yep, 30.1K. I was at 29.9 for what seemed like months. So nice to know. I used to get 100 to 500 subscribers per video, and now I'll get like 4, and then I'll lose 4, and I'll get 5, and then I'll lose 3, and it's just like it inches up at the slowest rate. So it seems like the videos are primarily being seen by people who already are familiar with the content, unfortunately. Or not unfortunately, I'm glad you're all here, but it'd be nice if it was reaching new eyes. Just reading here. This is petrified burned wood. What do they call that? Shale? And I saw loads of this when I was with Mike. And some breaks down like this, and then you just follow the lines, and you get to a section that's not, it's not nearly as hit as this. It's better with full screen, but these are just clips that I've gathered on Instagram over the last year or two. Yeah, it makes me think of the game of Minecraft with the blocks. Definitely 1 mile cubic blocks. Go to Oman. I'll shrimply be amazed. Bacon, bacon. Yeah, I've done that. I've got some quartz crystals here. I think if they're polished, it's not as easy to do because quartz grows naturally with these horizontal lines in it. So you got that point, and then that structure is got all these lines, and when you rub them against each other, it's those lines that give the friction and cause it to really glow. So if the quartz has been smoothed, it probably doesn't do that as well. Mike, some people don't realize when they back button out of a video or stream that they remove the like and subscription if they've done that. Wow, I didn't know that. Never heard that before. So don't do that if you liked and subscribed. These are just some incredible examples of geological formations. Look at that thing. Was that some sort of a moss that petrified? I don't know. It's just never ending, the variety. One of these days I want to go to one of these gem shows. Here's what I was talking about before. So you can see the quartz, or I mean the, oh, this is turquoise, but it's identical with opal. That when you pull back away and you look at the larger structure, you realize it all looks like wood. So I think that these are trace elements that were in the sap of the tree, and then when they petrified, it became turquoise and quartz and opal and different things like that. Ta-da! So this grows after the fact, in my opinion. Ben from Waking Up with Analog, he found some articles from the turn of the century where they're talking about petrified coconut, and so the milk and the meat of the coconut is the fuel for those to grow after the fact. So that's why I believe a lot of these geodes have these sharper, pointy types of quartz in them, is because it's using whatever was the original material as fuel to grow. Oh, this is just here for the humor aspect of it. What a throw. I love how he waves. Hey, what's happening? Thanks. So here's another example of AI. This is a real structure somewhere in the world, but when you find it, it doesn't have any of this inside. So people are using real footage, and then AI is enhancing it. I think this is real. That's clearly real. But that first one is not. And all this stuff now is just being shared as if it's real. Jugurtha with the growth rings. And if anyone is wondering how sophisticated AI has gotten, check this out. He's going to duplicate it. Boom. Oh, let's make it smaller or bigger. Yeah, I mean, if I was watching a video of somebody walking around that, I would never for a moment guess that it was AI. Suppose there, if you're really familiar with the technology, you could probably discern, but for the average person now, it's impossible. I've shown this in one of my presentations. I see this stuff now and I just see tree grain. When I look at the wingsuit flights in Norway and the Dolomites and different parts of the world, it's just so obviously tree. Somebody was talking about Himalayan salt earlier, or rose quartz, I think. Makes you wonder what it was originally. It's getting back to the whole vortexing and the water topic. Now this could be faked if there was some kind of a little thread up there. You know, like one of those magic invisible threads. That seems a little suspect to me, but I've seen other videos where these spiral shaped things go against the flow of the water. Anybody know if that's fake? Ah, here we go. Oh, it's got music. All right, so this was a theory. After I saw the geopolymer videos by the observation deck, which you have to go to BitChute now if you want to find them, I immediately extrapolated and into, well, all the megalithic structures. We're talking about how could they have possibly moved, quarried 1,200 ton stones, move them uphill, and place them in such a way that you couldn't even get a piece of paper between the stones. Well, what if they just made molds, poured it, shaped it, or created the mold they wanted, and then just poured it right in place. No lifting required except for the materials. I'm not sure what that's showing, but burning it with the lenses. Interesting. Huh. I didn't even watch the whole video. I just saw the beginning part. So that giant magnifying glass that I showed before that melted, I've seen video where those Fresnel's lenses are melting stone in a matter of seconds. So what if you had one that was like 10 times that size? How quickly could you melt stuff with that? No lasers needed. I think this is far more plausible than anti-gravity devices or aliens or I don't know, what are the other theories? To me that seems pretty conclusive, and from an Occam's razor perspective, it makes the most sense. If they knew how to make lenses, they surely knew how to make Fresnel's lenses. This is just an art project. I thought it was amazing the way this guy designed this and put this together. I don't know if this is just sand or what, but quite a project. Oh, this is another one. Look at this. Is this real or is this animation? If they had lasers that could do this, it might explain some of the temples. Seems like that's for real. And it does make you wonder about these. Humans couldn't possibly have built this. How many times have you heard that? Here's another example of an AI that fooled a lot of people, including Roger Spur. He was saying it is what it is. Clearly, it's a spine. And yeah, it looks like a spine, but it's also AI. I was just showing all the different beautiful places in Spain. Most of which I still haven't seen. So I'm going to do a lot of traveling in the next year and get to some of these sites on my own. This is cool. And it's just a tree. Would you have thought that was a tree when you saw it up close? Bark and moss on a tree. Makes it a little easier to imagine trees the size of Avatar and much bigger. I just had this clip because of all of the grain. Alex Honnold, that guy is nuts. He climbed Half Dome freehand in like 3 hours. Absolutely bonkers. This is a petrified pine cone. The larger the lens, the larger the point of focus gets. That makes sense. So then you would be able to melt much more material in a much shorter period of time. I've seen David Blaine disappear an elephant. That was clever, but it's still a trick. Yeah, he also disappeared the Empire State Building. So that looks like a smaller version of what they call Araucaria mirabilis, which is petrified pine cones in Patagonia that are said to have formed from volcanic ash covering these giant trees when they fell down. So this is a smaller version of the same. Bunch of people have sent me this. This guy is clearly a rock hound. He makes me look like an amateur. And a lot of these stones have that telltale sign and shape like I showed in the beginning of this video. And a lot of people send me photos of things like this and they're like, oh, it's clearly a pancreas or it's a liver. And it might be, but there just isn't enough information to go on to claim that it is. And a lot of people see stuff and they immediately start making claims like, this is a kidney. It could be it's a kidney shape, and that little indentation is exactly where the blood vessels would go in and out of a kidney. But is it a kidney? I don't know. And that's why I stuck with the heart stones, the harp shape, because there's so much more detail than just the shape to go on. And the more detail you have, the less likely it is that it's just random chance. And this is another example of AI. You can see how real that looks. Hey Bogan, tjenare, välkommen. Kul att se dig. And Ahura, pancake fun. Let's see, I think I already showed this one. I showed other ones like this. Yeah, I showed that one. And this is petrified wood, which is where they harvest gold from. Interesting. Gold found in petrified trees. Did the tree make the gold, or was the tree transmuted into stone, and in the process of transmutation, the stuff, the monatomics that were floating around in its bloodstream, which would have been the sap, are basically coalescing into the veins that are gold and silver. Lots of people doing this, and they're just pounding that stuff up, and then through chemical processes in different ways they separate the metals from the rest of the material. So the giant trees were making the gold. This I thought for sure was elephant, but I saw some footage from the other side, and zooming out and looking at the rest of it, and I think that's pareidolia now. I don't think it was an elephant. This is a cool video. I want to show this one.
I'd say that's pretty strong. What is this?
Well, this is neolith, and yeah, it's pretty resistant. This is a natural product. It's a sintered stone, actually. 100% natural minerals, is pressed and then cooked, let's say, in a big oven. And yeah, it's a very resistant product, very good for kitchen countertops, but also for other applications, as we can see here in the neolith booth. The product can be used for many different things as well. For example, sinks, matching the same product you have in the countertop with the sink. So it's done with the same product here as well. The floor with the same product, walls with the same product, and even the doors of the cabinets with the same product, no?
Along with the drawers inside as well.
Along with the drawers inside. So every detail with the same, one single product, all applications.
They've even got the marbling in there, right? So the question is this some amazing innovative technology, or is this something that's been either reintroduced or rediscovered? And so when I see structure like this now, I just immediately think tree. For the building people, to me there's no sign of building. There's no windows or doors or anything to suggest that that is a former building. Opal comes from wood, as we've said several times. Look at how beautiful that is. Madre mia. It's amazing. And more AI. This guy's got the most amazing collection.
Heavy as shit. This might weigh like 70 pounds. One time, you gotta close it slow. One time we let it slam, and it broke a $60,000 piece over here. But if you come closer, we put these in here because it's keeps them more secure. These are the expensive pieces.
Juicy and Lucy writes, aren't you lucky it was hearts and not private parts? Otherwise it'd be a whole different show. Absolutely. I lucked out there, didn't I? Hey, Brett.
Get a close-up of all the pieces. We have cool tourmaline in here, sulfur, Just a bunch of really cool pieces. Aqua. Some of the pieces are like the favorite pieces. Like this is the first piece we ever collected. It's not the most expensive piece, but it's a cool piece. This piece is super, super rare. Jeff, if you want to come over here. This piece is extremely rare. Like no one would ever show this piece on TikTok. Ever. So these cases, and then if you look around, Jeff, if you do a 360, there's really cool pieces all along the walls down here. Like super, super cool pieces. This amethyst is probably my favorite over here. These two amethysts, this is unreal. That's really cool. And if you come in here, you guys have probably seen this before. Here, I'll show you guys. Without the dark light on, it looks like normal rocks. You're passing those every day of your life, right? Bear with me, turn the light off. This is really cool. Certain animals can see this, but we can't see it without 3 levels of UV light. So stick around, I'm gonna post 2 more parts. I'll post them right away. I won't make you guys wait 8 hours. So come through. This door is heavy as shit. This might work.
I really wonder how much money that guy has spent on these stones. It's like his collection is just jaw-dropping. Juicy Lucy writes, wonder if all the seas were fresh water before the big event. It's a distinct possibility. Yeah, I don't know. What things were like before is a mystery. Petrified wood still looks very petrified, or very fresh. Little ASMR there. So again, they're calling this agate, and to me this is just petrified sap. Look at that baobab. Used to be obsessed with those trees when I was a kid because of the book The Little Prince, but I'd never even seen a picture of a real one. I just saw the drawings, and that is an amazing tree. Here's one for Roger Spur. I think everybody knows what that is. Or do they? Rainbow obsidian. Hangman has a video where he shows a clip from another channel, and it's clearly coming from tree. You can see tree grain, and then you can see it's starting to melt, and then you see full melt, and then they take these chunks and they polish them, and it's still showing all of the tree grain. But because of the melt involved, it's got this what do they call it? Chatoyancy or birefringence. This is wild here.
Ready to start cutting this highlight opal. This material is radioactive in the machine, so we're going to take some extra precautions during cutting and wear a mask. And the other thing we're going to do is run a lot more water than I normally would. And this should prevent any dust getting into the air. What really attracted me about this material, yes, it's fluorescent and it's beautiful fluorescence, but the really unique character of this fluorescent gem
Makes me think of radium. Lots of videos on the subject of radium. It's a very interesting topic by Ben from The Archivist, and I think also Old World Florida. They've done stuff together on the subject of radium. The radium springs were apparently very healthy to bathe in. Isn't that amazing? This fresh water just coming right out of the tree. What if that tree was miles across? How much water would be flowing out? And what if it was cut down? How much water would that release into the realm? Maybe that's part of why everything flooded. the trees were taken down. I just saw this. I thought it was amazing. Look at all those frogs. All right. What else? Ah, here's another. Oh no, I already showed that one. Heart is not a pump. This is what I was talking about before. These wingsuit guys, when they're flying, it looks like they're flying giant tree stumps. I was a hang glider pilot for years. If this had been around back then, I would have been doing this. Guaranteed. Yeah. Of course, you can't thermal when you're doing that. Thermaling is when you ride the warm drafts upwards. I saw that. I didn't even think it was real, but it is. Creator has a sense of humor, no doubt about it. All right, let's see. We've seen that. This is trippy. I don't think those frogs are AI. Maybe they were. It looked real to me. It's just such a trip that this stuff just grows in the mud. Like, what the heck? I want one of those. Here's another example of rainbow obsidian. See how it just from certain angles it catches a light, and then it looks black like oil from other angles. Pretty interesting. Here's an example of what looks to be melted to me. Yeah, Derp writes that wingsuits show the coolest spots. Absolutely. And also, I think, Derp, you were the one who put me on to the subject of road cuts. Is that you? Pretty sure. I've got a whole folder on that. Check this out. Okay. If you want to see some cool examples of the tree remains, a lot of the road cuts are cutting right through this material, and you can see the growth rings, and you can see the swirls of what they would call sedimentary layering. But how does this happen with sedimentary layering, I wonder? Wait, can you see that? Yes, okay. Like, so it's all going to lay down this way, and then these are going to come at a different angle. That doesn't make any sense from a sedimentary perspective, in my opinion. Let's see. What else was I going to show? This is just what they call, I think, banded iron. Look at the detail of the grain there. And here you can see, again, this concentric rings. How does sedimentary layering do that? And if it did form in that way, why does it do one thing and then do something completely different, go back to what it was doing before, then return to the other thing, go back, you know, it just doesn't make any sense if you think about it from a simple logical perspective. This is known as a synclinal, which they claim happens as a result of collapse. That one, there's trees, if you cut them, They have the exact same color sap, and it almost looks like this was oozing. Yeah, road cuts, pretty fascinating. Explain that with sedimentary layering. It would be interesting to hear some geologists try and explain these things. I haven't come across any well, I haven't gone looking either. So if anyone comes across any interesting videos where they're trying to explain how this stuff is formed, I'd be interested in seeing them. Oops. Ah. All right, breeze through the rest of these. Sure, a lot of tree-looking stuff. But it might not be. You have a giant trees video here on YouTube, Thomas Gran. Let's see. Can't really link it. Maybe you can talk about the channel name and the title of the video. Thanks, Donald. I appreciate you appreciating my perspective. Yeah, the road cuts expose places that would never otherwise be shown. Yeah, and it was Derp who turned me on to those. And so this is just showing as he goes through these. To me, this just looks like, well, you'll see here towards the end, it just looks like petrified plant material. Some kind of grain or who knows what. Katie has found an amazing show called The Earth from Above. Every episode goes over different parts with clear footage and not too overproduced. I think everyone in the world should see the world from above. I'll check it out. These are just looking at some old Tartarian stuff in Stockholm, 1897. Look at that beautiful building. And this one, I've seen video footage of this building as well. What a thing. Definitely some tech going on there, in my opinion. I'm the Improbable Dreamer. I love his channel. 400,000 followers. The only thing I don't really care for is that he never attributes any of the information to any of his sources, which I think is a little stingy. There's a lot of stuff he's borrowed from others, and he's got a huge channel, but he never turns people on to the original material. So
a pattern begins to
turning off the sound because of the copyright strikes. Yeah, great example of showing nature making right angles. Looked like pyrite. I can't stand when people say that nature doesn't. Yeah, nature makes straight lines and right angles is all the time. Yeah, crystals are a perfect example of that. Yeah, there's certain phrases that are thrown about in the alternative thinking community on a regular basis that just really don't make sense if you do a little bit of research. It's one of the most beautiful examples of crepuscular rays I've ever seen, if it's real. Yeah, it's the caveat you have to throw in now on just about everything. Like, is that real? I've seen it look like this in real life, but I don't know if that's real. Some examples of major electrical storms, plasma. Are you getting tired of hearing me yet? How long have I been going? I don't even know what time it is. 10:30. When did I start? No way. 10:30. I've been going for 3.5 hours. Well, just proof when I have a captive audience, time just stops having a meaning. So, but what I've discovered with these long streams is that it's only really about 1 in 5 people that watch them in entirety, and most of the people are dipping in and out, so it's nice that they do that. Petoskey stone, yeah. Whoops. There we go. And we're getting near the end. What was this? Ah. Yeah, these plateaus with the never-ending waterfalls. Just another data point in favor of the big trees. How many of them are there? One of these days I should make a list of all the different things that line up, because a lot of people look at the stumps and they think that that's conclusive proof, which it isn't. It's compelling evidence, but it's not conclusive, and it's hotly debated. But when you start to put that alongside all of the other data points that I've been showing in a lot of the videos over the last few years, it seems pretty compelling. Students just launched a rocket claiming it hit 460,000 feet. Highest I've ever seen was like 260. But if you have a link to it, Dirt, put it in the chat. Shows the flat and level Earth. Yeah, if you have a rectilinear lens, there's no curve, even from the highest footage that we have. No curve at all. Isn't that weird? You'd think the further you got away from the Earth, the more curve you would see. Sedimentary folds. There is no stone coal in this realm, only charcoal from broken, burning giant trees that got covered by mud and then slowly burned in oxygen-deprived environment. Charcoal pits, in essence. Yeah, and one of the first videos I made, I showed footage of a father-son team from, it's not black and white, but it's old. It's like 70s or 80s video. And they're making coal from wood, just sticking a bit of wood into a pipe with a little bit of salt water, capping the pipe, and then heating it for I'm not sure how long. I think it might have been a week or two. And it comes out looking just like coal that you would harvest from coal seams. I have a smaller version of one of these. I would love one of these. Imagine if you're sitting right in the middle of it and all of that vibration goes through your body. I bet it reorganizes your tissue structures, and it's probably very good for you. Sound healing. Oh, here. Where do I get one? Oh, somebody replied. this in our LCE store. Well, cool. Come back to that. I'd love a big one. All right, we've been through that. Oh, this is just another amazing example of a tree. Hey, speaking of Ben the archivist, in Swedish they say speak of the troll instead of speak of the devil. But you're no troll. Look at this amazing tree. Now imagine that on a much bigger scale. What kind of structures would that leave us with? Ferrofluid. Yeah, if anyone is not subscribed to the Archivist's channel, do so immediately. You will not be disappointed. He's got some of the best information on true history that exists, in my opinion. Jyrki Aaltonen. Jyrki. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. You're welcome. Thank you for thanking me. Yeah, I don't like the can't fit a piece of paper between the rocks thing either. And I talked about that earlier. I don't know if you were in the stream. I was showing different technologies where they're using, they're just smearing, smoothing out like a soft material and then drawing lines in it. So there's a good example of why that's not a very interesting or compelling thing to say. I'm going to do a stream on this at some point. I read a book called Animated Earth, and it's all about these Peruvian whistles. They're absolutely amazing. You've got them that sound like screaming demons. Where's the water coming from, Ben? Which water are you talking about? Oh, yeah, those trees. Yep, artesian wells, the arteries of the big trees, in my opinion. So there are examples of these kinds of whistles. And this is what this book is about, is this man's investigation of this subject, where if you blow the whistle, you hear a sound inside of your head, but other people in the room can't hear the sound. So, and he spent a lot of time having them CAT scanned and loads of money to try and reproduce the sound, and was eventually able to do it. This is so cool.
Lunar well cymatics.
Here.
He calls it ice.
Check this
It's
out.
the original work of my friend Sean Pakasik from Lunar well cymatics. He calls it ice cymatics. The water is frozen whilst vibrating in the state of a standing wave. The information of the wave field, its pressure differentials, and the effects thereof are frozen in layers, building a 3D form, much like a 3D printer. I'm imagining healing frequency ice cubes. Whatever comes from this, I know it's going to be something amazing. This is the original work of my friend Sean Pakasik from Lunar well cymatics. He calls it ice cymatics. The water is frozen whilst vibrating in the...
Oh no, okay. I gotta scroll down again. Hey. Ah. I was getting near the end of this little list of gems. Here we go. Showed that one. This is fascinating.
A meteorite that is older than planet Earth. These intricate lines are called Widmanstätten structures, crystals of kamacite and taenite, a type of iron and nickel, that crystallized when the meteorite was molten metal in space. It cooled 1 degree every million years, preventing metal mixing and creating this cosmic fingerprint. This structure is impossible to replicate and is only present in some metallic meteorites. What you are watching is a...
It cooled 1 degree every million years. Like, how the heck do they know that kind of stuff? It's just amazing. The stuff that I took for granted as fact, that is theory presented as fact. These guys. And here you see I just see stump now whenever I see these videos. Oh, here's another example of stones that bodies make.
And you have an otolith.
These are called otoliths.
And gang, if you want to know, that's the same kind of stone that you get out of a sea bass's head that everybody's so excited about. You make earrings out of it or necklace, but every fish has this. It's kind of like how they can tell if it's up or down.
All bony fish.
We have
yes,
these
it helps
also.
with their equilibrium. It also helps them pick up changes in vibrations and frequency in the water. So that's what, like, part of their lateral line is like the same tool that when they're in the water and they feel the disruption at the top of the water or with other predators, it helps them like react really fast. So yeah.
And then talk about how you can tell how old the fish is.
Oh yeah, so this otolith will actually get sent up to a lab, and just trying to clean it off a little bit. There's rings, you're not going to be able to probably see, but there's rings in the center of the otolith right here. And so it'll get sent to a lab and it'll get burned and cracked open, and those rings will be counted meticulously. And
yeah, so we have an otolithic membrane in our inner ear, and this is how we experience movement. And people who suffer from dizziness, Meniere's disease, that sort of thing, the way we perceive movement, according to the mainstream narrative, have to qualify everything nowadays, is that as we're moving our heads, there's the endolymph, which is this material here is surrounded by endolymph, which is a liquid. And this is in the semicircular canals, you can see here. And then they have these ampules here, the cupola, and then atop that is this membrane of crystals. So our inner ear is creating crystals. So that's what that fish had. And so as we move, the endolymph fluid stays still as this moves, and then it bends these little follicles, the cilia here, and that signals to the brain that movement is happening. So people who suffer from dizziness, there are different conditions. One of them is known as BPPV, which is benign positional paroxysmal vertigo. And the idea is that some of these crystals can dislodge from this membrane, and what happens then is that they'll float from here around to another part of the semicircular canal and stimulate movement that's not happening. And so that's what we experience as dizziness. And there are different things that can cause that. They believe it can be caused by infection, and it can also be caused by impact, like getting hit hard, the jolt of like a whiplash, that can cause the crystals to dislodge from that membrane. And there's a thing called Epley's maneuver. So if any of you have ever suffered from, Epley's maneuver. If you've ever suffered from dizziness that's unexplained, one, seek out a chiropractor, because it can be upper cervical subluxation where the joints are locked in the upper neck, and that can give rise to dizziness. And anyway, this guy Epley realized that there's a way that you can position the head, and it will give these crystals a chance to float back around to where they're supposed to be. And this actually helps solve some lifelong dizziness in certain patients. It's not a one size fits all, but there are videos showing how to do this maneuver online. It's called Epley's maneuver. So just a little tidbit of information there related to that last clip that I showed, the otolith in the fish. We have them too. Here's an example of something wonderful that can be done with AI. I just thought this was beautiful. So cool. And just some amazing examples of different kinds of petrified wood. And if you look at all the color that's in the middle, it makes you wonder, like, was that permineralized with different kinds of fluid? Was it transmuted? What did it look like when the tree was still alive? Love a time machine to find the answers to those questions. Like rainbow tree. You know, I don't know what this... Look at all those colors. Cross section. Well, it looks like regular wood. So where do all those colors come from? Like the bark can have that color, but it doesn't appear like the central portion of the tree does. But it's clearly there, as we see in the petrified wood. And this is an example of what might be eroding former root structure. Oh, I pronounced your name perfectly. Cool. I won't try again. I might mess it up a second time. Oh, wow. Okay. I got behind in the chat here. Yeah. Loads of fascinating places to explore in that. No doubt about it. Like this one. There's a massive cave they found here in Spain recently that had gigantic crystals as well. But this is that kind of, well, you've got both quartz and selenite there. The long ones, selenite. I have a selenite lamp here in my office and it casts beautiful light. But the cave that they found in Spain was quartz crystal. I'll show that in a second. Deja Blue Guitar, your views and perspectives have totally changed my view on my surroundings. I feel like a new explorer in the very same place I was born and raised. Yeah, I've had a lot of people say similar things to me, and that's how I felt when I started to look at everything with new eyes. It's it makes the world a whole lot more interesting. Derp, is this what you were talking about? There's that tree. I showed this earlier. I think this is how they made a lot of the columns. They carved them out of trees and then they had a way of petrifying it. And how they did the carving, I don't know. It looks like it's been done by machine. It's so perfect. And just for some fun. I don't know why I find that so amusing, but the best part was his approach. Pitter patter of little feet. Oh, I was going to show giant crystal cave, Spain. Yeah. So apparently it was starting to degrade. This was they drained fluid from it, if I recall, or maybe that was this cave. I'm not sure which one it was, but in order to preserve the crystals, they let it fill back up. What a surreal landscape, huh? Reminds me of the line from Hamlet. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
La verdad, don Ángel,
That
es
is
la ganga más grande del mundo que he visto. Esto pesa por lo menos unas 70 rúas. En mi vida no había visto una ganga tan grande, don Ángel.
He says in his life he's never seen a piece of pyrite as big as that one. That's the biggest one I've ever seen. Yeah, and we're getting near the end here. This is,
Just a little bit.
This guy creates a toroid.
And then I'm just going to use my hands to see if I can get it to form a toroid. And I go just a bit higher. And there we are. You notice the streamers
The
very
master
quickly
shape.
died away, and we formed this amazing self-sustained toroid. You can see it has a little bit of a wobble, but if you look at it from the side, you can see it's just floating, and it's floating and controlled by the magnetic field.
Except for this wooden table. The floor, the walls, and the ceiling are full of salt. It's like being in outer space. Salina Turda Salt Mine, Romania. It's a famous rock mine in Romania known as the Kingdom of Salt, with over 680,000 visitors a year. It's one of the most successful tourist projects in Romania. Decades of renovation have transformed the mine into an authentic museum of history. The magnificent geological details of the mine can be admired on foot through 13 flights of cedar stairs. The salt-laden air of the salt mine, 210 meters deep underground. The conditions are perfect for many respiratory diseases and various rehabilitation treatments.
Look at the grain.
Dozens of threaded chandeliers and bottom lights hang in the subterranean space where there is no natural light.
I've never been interested in going to Romania until I learned about that salt mine. That would be a pretty amazing thing to visit. This is something I didn't know about until yesterday. This is, what do they call this? Blue lava, I guess is what it's called. And sulfuric gas meets the air. Well, if it can glow blue, what would that do to something as it's petrifying it? Would it impart a blue glow to whatever it petrified? It's I'll just show this again for people who missed the beginning. This
If
is
you're
an
interested
event.
in water, pyramids, sacred sites, titans and petrified giants, glowing crystals, technology and coding, Atlantis, Lemuria, mysterious stones, hidden secrets of ancient Egypt, astrology, light, indigenous wisdom, Russian folklore, and the mysteries of Antarctica, well, you don't want to miss my upcoming webinar, December 14th or 15th, depending on your country. I have an amazing lineup of all-star speakers, and you'll be the first in the world to see the crystallography I've done using melted ice core water from Antarctica. To book, head to my website, vadaaustin.com.
Amazing lineup of speakers. I'll be one of them. So yeah, that's going to be a fun event. I was really honored to be invited to that. This is how a lot of these geodes look. I think when we're looking at stuff like this, former seed, former fruit, former I don't know what.
That's awesome. That's so awesome.
But I mentioned Ben, who was in the chat, still in the chat. He's got newspaper articles where they're discussing giant petrified coconuts. I think they were found up in Alaska and filled with crystal. Now this, I don't know if this is fake or not, but take a look at that. Oh, it's just music. You know, this is where they tell us, oh, this is from the Jurassic period. You can see the different dinosaur bones. And we know that it's X hundreds of millions of years old because of the layer that we find it in. And we know that, I mean, does anyone know if this is real? It could be faked. Anything can be faked nowadays. But it's pretty far out. I can't believe they haven't just extracted all of those skeletal remains, if it is real. And all right, and one more example of what may be pareidolia. It definitely looks like a lion from a distance, but as usual, it's only being shown from one angle. They don't get up next to it, they don't look at it from the front. But there's a whole ton of people out there that will see this and claim with 100% certainty that you are definitely looking at a petrified lion. And I would just say, use some discernment. Like, for example, if it is a petrified lion, would the hair all petrify solid like that? The lion's mane, would that just petrify solid? I don't know. It's a little pet peeve of mine, all the stuff that people claim. And so if we think about that tree that I showed before that was carved, that could very well have been their technique, you know, for petrifying to make columns. What about something like this? Maybe they made staircases as simple as this. Just put the tree where you want the staircase, cut it out, and then turn it to stone. And how would they do that? I don't know, but there are different theories. Somebody sent me this one. I don't remember what I was going to look at on here, but I'll take a look. And this is something that Derp posted. Let's see what it says.
On October 20th, 2024, a group of engineering students from the USC Viterbi School of Engineering, with some major corporate sponsors, including Boeing and SpaceX, these students broke the amateur international rocket altitude record with their rocket named Aftershock 2, going higher than any non-governmental and non-commercial group has ever flown before at an alleged altitude of 470,000 feet. Kudos to them, it's an amazing achievement. But as you would expect, all of the press release articles regarding the USC event show you fisheye lens stills like this one.
Funny how they do that.
For some strange reason, are always used to fake a supposed Earth curvature. Yeah, that's not deceptive at all. Although the video was filmed with a fisheye lens, which globe proponents will always falsely claim is the curvature of the Earth, but if we pause video here, the straight rope tells us that the middle of the opening closely indicates our reality. And what does the horizon look like at 470,000 feet? That's right.
That stuff is flat.
Whoops. That reminds me of, let's see, Felix Baumgartner's jump. There's a lot of globe proponents that talk about this jump where what did he jump from 130,000 feet or something? And here the door's just about to open, and they can't have a fisheye lens inside the cabin because it would warp everything inside the cabin, and you would see that it was a fisheye lens. So without the whoops, oh shoot, what did I do? There we go. So without the fisheye lens, and granted this is a small door, you're not seeing a full horizon in this. But look there. All right, to have this kind of curvature, I mean, you're practically seeing what, a quarter of a hemisphere. To have that kind of curvature, you'd have to be much further away from the Earth than the ISS, which is said to be, what, 253 miles or something? So already we know this is a fisheye lens, unequivocally, without a doubt. And any glober that thinks that this is proof of curvature is naive. And then inside, like I said before, it couldn't possibly use a fisheye lens because it would warp all of these things inside, and you would know that the lens was bending things. And look at how flat that horizon is. It doesn't look at all like it does when he steps outside. Ta-da! Why do they need to use a fisheye lens all the time? Strange how that works. Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to look at the chat for a while. Let's see here. Ah. Ah. There we go. There we go. Howdy, folks. I'm just going to read the last of these messages. If there are any last questions or comments, you can put them in now. Bonefish. Methane fires. I guess you're talking about the blue lava, Derp. Brurava. Forbidden loom. It's producing a revealing picture of reality. I like that. Forbidden loom. Yeah, someone once said that the videos are more powerful than psychedelics because they don't wear off. It's one of my favorite comments of all time. Which was fake as fake AF? Was that the dinosaur thing? I mean, they might not have been dinosaurs. They could have been giant chickens or giant, I don't know, ostriches or something like that. It doesn't have to be dinosaur, but yeah, fake. Okay, everyone's saying fake. So, all right. Yeah, who took the video of him outside? No, they had a video mounted on the capsule itself, so that's no problem. 24-hour marathon? No, I don't think so. I've got to work in the morning, and I've already been going for like what, 4 hours or something. I save all this stuff up and do it all in one go. Someday I'll have to learn how to do a 1 hour stream. Thanks, Derp. Yeah. Well, my pleasure. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you all for being here and supporting me and offering your moral support. And thanks to all the moderators. And yeah, 30,000 subscribers. It's pretty cool. I wish I was actually reaching them. It seems like just a fraction get notifications, and they don't want to show my videos to a whole lot of new people for some reason, even though I'm getting, better view counts and watch time than I used to. It seems like it's a bit of an echo chamber, but it's a nice echo anyway. And any last words before I wrap this up? The Earth is demonstrably level. It sure appears to be. I haven't seen any examples of curvature yet. Oh, yeah, it is a wonderful community. And yeah, it's awesome. I like, wasn't that long ago I was exposed to something called the neti-neti principle, which means not this, not that. It's very hard to prove things true, and the basic idea is that the more you can eliminate falsehoods, the closer to the truth you get, and that's what that principle is all about. And that's kind of how I approach things now. I'm very cautious about making claims, and the more outrageous the claims, the more outrageous the evidence has to be for them. So, start by debunking stuff that is clearly false, and using a bit of Occam's razor, rational thinking, empirical examination, boots on the ground. Get out there, actually look at stuff. Don't just do the Google Earth thing. Google Earth is great for finding interesting places to explore, but it's not good for any kind of conclusive evidence when it comes to things like giant trees or titans or that sort of thing. Yeah, 100K. At this rate, it'll take me another 20 years probably. And if I was getting, if it was getting traction when I do videos, I might do more, in hopes of growing the channel. But it seems to be pretty clearly shadow banned compared to the first couple of years. Either that or maybe I've just gotten boring. But I'm definitely not reaching out to new audiences. Even when I do interviews with really big channels, I can hardly tell that I've done the interview. I used to, like, when I did interviews with some of the other channels, I used to get this surge of views and a whole bunch of new subs. And now I do an interview with somebody, like I did one with My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. I was on with Interverse, Here for the Truth. Couldn't even tell I did interviews when I was looking at the statistics. It was like, might as well not have happened as far as subs or view counts. It's a little disheartening. It takes the steam out of it. Yeah, well, thank you all very much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it and learned something new and saw new things. Every time I open up my phone and I'm looking at stuff, I come across something that I didn't know existed. And a lot of times it's amazing how nicely it dovetails with the whole theme of biogeology, the idea that most of our realm is formerly petrified or petrified former trees and plant life and animals, and not like they tell us over hundreds of millions of years, far more recently and due to some sort of a major cataclysm. And someday maybe we'll know more of the details, and it'd be nice. I was talking with some people last night about, it'd be great if someone out there who's a carnivore, which I'm not, wanted to start to experiment with organs of different types and attempt to petrify them using different techniques. It's not something I'm going to be doing, but someone else here with some chemistry skills and the right knowledge set could maybe pull it off. I think it's probably less complicated than we realize. Katie's been watching this stuff for 8 years, and this is the first she's found me. There you have it, right? Put out at least 150 videos covering all these topics, and she's just now coming across it. So, welcome. Yeah, share this around. I got banned from Facebook. I was moderating like 4 different channels, and I was subscribed to a couple hundred, and whenever I would do a video, I would go and put the link on the different groups that were related to biogeology or the giant trees or these different alternative themes, and that would result in a little bit of a kick for the channel. But I was banned about 3-4 months ago from Facebook, and I don't see the point in joining again. It was for the stupidest reason. Also, it was an Instagram account that was not mine posted something on one of the pages that I managed that went against community guidelines. And so rather than blocking that Instagram account, they blocked me, which blocked my Facebook, 15 years of Facebook gone. It blocked my chiropractic Facebook page, and it blocked all of my instant messenger stuff. So all of my chat histories of all of my friends and everything gone. All of that in one fell swoop. So up yours, Facebook. Yeah, and talk about a stupid reason. Banning me because somebody else posted something on one of my pages. It's like, what the heck? And Tyson's Mud Fossil Adventures, I would suggest watching his videos muted, because the guy is arrogant. He's a know-it-all. He thinks everything he says is God's truth. And I disagree with a lot of his conclusions, but he gets really good HD footage. So check out his stuff, but I wouldn't recommend listening to him. Yeah, and there's a whole load of stuff on this channel. If you're new to it and you haven't gone back to the archives and seen the earlier stuff, I tend to do some things and I just don't do them again. You know, like the Unveiling a Titan series, that 6-part series, I've been putting off and putting off. I need to do like a 1-hour version of that where it's just all 50 plus proofs in one video. But it'll take me probably a month to do, and I just can't get myself to spend that much time in front of an editor anymore. It's not like I'm earning anything from this. So it's donated time, and I can get a lot more information across in a live, but I wish I could clone. Well, no, I don't wish I could clone myself, but if I could, that would be a valuable thing to do with a clone. Anyway, thanks for coming, everybody. I'm going to say goodnight, and I hope it was fun, and share it around, and like and subscribe if you haven't already. And until next time, sayonara. Take care, and have a good one.